if I'm found out, your turn at bat, sir. At least I didn't fake it, hat, sir. At least I didn't make it, but whether on the rose of sheer perfection, a freckle on the nose of life's complexion, shiny apple of its eye. I gotta try once, only can die once, right, sir? Hello, everybody! My bite, sir, get ready for me, love. Come on, simply gotta march, my heart's a drummer. I parade, I'm gonna live and live now. Get what I want, I know how. One shebang, one throw, that bell will go clang. Eye on the target and wham. One shot, one gunshot, then bam! Hey, Mr. Armstein, here I am. I march my band now. And if I'm found out, you turn at bat, sir. At least I didn't fake it, hat, sir. Feel me, love, cause I'm a comer. Heart, my heart's a drummer, nobody don't nobody is good. I ain't got this right. Rain on my parade. Woo! Almost had it. Maybe we're gonna try it again after I'm warmed up. Oh, hello, everybody. Hello. Just had to start things off. Had to start things off with a little Barbara. You're right. It did need more jazz hands. We need more jazz hands. Why is it so dark? I wake up. My dog is barking. Yeah, because your dog wants an encore. Preston, thank you so much for the 5. Thank you. Hi, everyone. Let's see who we got. Katie, thank you for the 19 months. Sequent, thank you for the 27 months. Creepier Leak, thank you for the 13 months. Boone, thank you for the 16 months. Katie, thank you for the gifted. CTJ, thank you for the 16 months. Britta, thank you for the 4 months. Frank, thank you for the 10 months. Ruby, thank you for the 15 months. Eva, thank you for the 26 months. El Hawkeye, thank you for the 21 months. Oh, Skeletor, thank you for the 23 months. This is what happens when I go out of town. Ooh! I go out of town and everybody has their resubs. We're gonna get you all. Little Bressy, Atlas, thank you for the 23 months. Ali Oxenfree, thank you for the 10 months. And hi, everybody. How are we doing? How are we doing? Also, I'd like to welcome Krista as our new mod. Everybody say hi. I mean, everyone knows Krista, but we have official deputizing of being a mod. Krista CC. Oh, you guys are who mega lulling. Oh, I see. Okay. All right. I'm sure do you even know who I am? Do you even know me? Or have I been gone for 4 days that you don't know? Max Takami, thank you for the 16 months. And happy Tuesday, boys. It is Tuesday, right? I feel really, I'm very discombobulated. And I don't know what day it is, but I think it's Tuesday. It's Tuesday, innit? Yes, I'm the Caroline from the music video. I'm famous. I am famous. I'm too famous for my own stream. Most important thing that happens until you left is Hassan posted an insane thirst trap. Oh, no, I know, because when I was on Twitter today, I couldn't escape his dick. And I could not escape the thirst traps. Every other post, I was like, to the point that I finally just put my phone down. This happened one time when people found old photos of Will. When he had done a photo shoot, his roommate, who was a photographer, took pictures. And that day, also, I would be scrolling and it would just be Will's ass. And I'd be like, oh, God. I mean, at least that's, you know, I know that ass. Okay. I know that ass. But it is still like, you know, with Twitter, it'll be like Nazi post, post about genocide, and then just ass or dick. And I'm like, okay, you know what? My brain cannot handle this. This is too much. This is too much. I just have a thing where friends of mine, when I see them post thirst traps, and I'm not just talking like, oh, they got a cute outfit on and they're doing a sexy pose. I mean, like, I see your butthole or I see your dick. You know what? I just am like, all power to you. All power to you. Glad to see you getting love. I am just going to put my phone down. Yeah. And sometimes it'll be funny because I'll be texting someone who I'm friends with, and then I'll go on Twitter and then I'll like see their butthole. And I go, oh, all right. 96 MKV, thank you for the 9 months. RJ, thank you for the 14 months. Turling Twins, thank you for the 16 months. I haven't seen Wicked yet, but I'm making plans to go see it ASAP. X Sarah, thank you for the tier 1. Ahmed the Great, thank you for the tier 1. You were ranked 31 out of 38 in worst to best Stompy hugs. Wait, so like 31 being really bad? Wait, it says this content is no longer available. Maybe that's for the best. Maybe that's... because I'm going to live in the memory of... I think that was a pretty good hug. It was a while ago. But I'm going to say that that was good. Peach Jars is last. Okay. She will definitely be taking that personally. And I took that personally. Your nails look great. The color is so nice. Thank you. Here's the video. Okay, let's see.
Okay, I'm gonna be brave.
Oh, here I am.
Do you want to go?
No. Maybe he'll be...
All right, time for Caroline to give Stompy a big ol' hug. It's time to be best friends. Oh, yeah.
Okay, it is pretty funny that I wore, even though it's obviously not real, but I wore leopard print to Alveus.
All right.
Yeah. I look like a mother who is hugging her. This is like the 5th time she's hugged her child. I look like one of those parents who Jim Gaffigan has this great bit where he says, I have more photos of my children than my father ever looked at me. Yeah, it's giving divorced mom energy. It's giving that aunt who will buy you whatever you want, but is very emotionally unavailable. Yes. It's giving diffusing a bomb.
It's nice.
Yeah.
That is nice.
Stompy.
It's giving this is an episode of 24 and I have approximately 1 minute to defuse a bomb.
Give her a hug.
Stop.
Do we get a stompy hug?
Yeah, but you know what? I would give you the shirt off my back, okay? All right. I might not know how to give a hug, but I would give you my last 2 nickels. Mm-hmm. You know what? I will say Stompy, I think, is known to kind of he kind of will do that sometimes. He kind of will do that, and he didn't do that to me, so I think that's good.
That was a really good emu.
Has anyone kissed this emu before? Can I be the first one?
Yeah, you can be the first one on the show to kiss the emu. Oh, nice.
Well, you come here. Come here. Come here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my God. Yeah, that's a nice hug.
That's because Jessica's just built different, all right?
You're so good at it. Ryan, you're missing this.
It's nice.
Oh, he's got your hair in his mouth.
Jessica's built different, all right? This is how, like, she's one of those people that I get excited when I see her because of the hugs that she
Oh,
gives.
is he chewing it? That's it.
Oh.
He's happy? They were species apart, but they made it work. I hope
Okay.
my mom is watching
All right, I do see the difference.
this right now.
Yes.
She won't believe me. I want that. This is fucked up.
Okay. You did good? Okay.
You did good.
Don't be
Stompy.
distracted by the buttons.
Look up. Over
A hug. Oh, that's a good hug, Ray. Oh my God. That's such an incredible Stompy.
All right,
hug.
you know what? You know what? I just need a second chance.
Oh my god.
You give me a second shot.
Loves to hug.
I'm gonna nail that.
Oh my god.
Oh my gosh, that's such a good hug.
Want to talk about it? Like, are you okay? What's going on?
You know what? I'm gonna teach Stompy. I'm gonna teach him. I'm gonna teach him how to sing. Okay, sing and dance. All right, that's gonna be my thing. We get there. I'm gonna turn him into like, I don't know, a Broadway bird.
Most birds
Some love.
aren't cuddly like Stompy. Stompy likes to cuddle.
Gosh, yeah, he does.
Yeah.
He loves it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna teach
big
Stompy to hold
baby.
space.
Like a big babe.
Stompy, today we're gonna learn how to hold space.
One of his eyes are closed.
Yeah, he was. It was not his day
Wait
when
a
I was
minute.
there.
He's like, get away from her.
Stompy,
Side. Stompy.
Goodbye, me.
Stompy, are you holding space?
Do you want to give Stompy a hug?
Yeah,
I'll show you how.
desperately.
Okay.
Okay.
He likes a good
Wow,
hug. Oh,
Julian is the
he's-
#1
he's sat
hog.
for the
Oh,
hugs
he's
today.
sat.
He likes.
I'm sat.
Oh, that's nice.
Oh,
my
that's so
hair?
cute.
Do your neck.
Okay, but also they have the music. You know what I mean? Let's just go back a second here. Okay.
That is nice.
I don't have the Sarah McLachlan music. All right, let me just show you something real quickly, okay? Hold on. Hold on. This will change it. This will change things. See, there was a vibe change. Everybody saw it. You could feel it. You could see. I fear that didn't help at all. I fear you're wrong. That's what I fear. I fear that I've been misjudged. All right, maybe that was not the right music to use, because that is music that is used when animals are like dying. So maybe that did make it worse. Okay, I can see that. Okay. All right. Okay. All right. I understand. Oracle Bean, thank you for the 9 months. Ahem. This was a joke in community. What was a joke? I play the music for when people are hiding from the slasher in slasher movies. Hey, it was not that bad. It was not that bad, you guys. Anyway, okay. Hi, how are we doing? Love to see you collab with Julian. I met Julian recently. I met him at the Arcane premiere because he's friends with Sam. He's friends with Sam. Why am I shining today? Oh, I'm just maybe a little greasy. Oh boy. Yeah, you know, they figured out that I'm the most famous person from that fucking music video. And now they are milking, maybe not the right words to use, but if you've seen the thumbnail, you understand why. Yeah, so they are taking full advantage of my niche internet celebrity status. Yep. Anonymous, thank you for the 3 months gifted. I am being used as clickbait. Yeah, that is true. Although Cutie also used me as clickbait, so really, who's not using my sexy nurse thumbnail as clickbait? You know, I should be using it. Why am I the only one who's not using? She got 150,000 views off of that. You know what? I need to clickbait myself. Okay. Everybody else is using me as clickbait. Except for me. The fuck? Do we get Element K podcast this week? Yes. So I went to North Carolina this weekend, and then I took a 6 a.m. flight on Monday, got back, slept for a couple hours, went over to Sam's. We did not have our producer for the episode yesterday, so we had to like do things ourselves and had to last minute replace one of the cameras. So I was there for like 7 hours because we filmed the Patreon episode yesterday too. And then I left her place around 1:30 in the morning. This morning I was really looking forward to sleeping in, and they did that fucking fire alarm testing that they did a couple months ago where they say it's supposed to be for 10 minutes and it ends up being 3 hours, and it's just this blaring sound. It's like, we are testing the fire alarms. I'm like, oh yeah, no shit. Okay. This is 3 hours of that. And that started at like 8 in the morning. 8 in the morning. It was just 3 hours of the alarms. And then what will always happen, it'll stop. I'll be like, okay, maybe I can sleep. And then we are testing the fire alarms. Mah, 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 beep, 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 or whatever the sound is. Highlights of political news coverage with that in the thumbnail. Yeah. Yep. You know, people already call me a whore anyway, so I'm just gonna lean into it, okay? They're like, oh, you are a woman, you have boobs, you are clearly sexualizing yourself just from existing. So you know, I could be wearing a paper sack and they'd still be like, oh, woman equals object. Yeah, I am Caroline Kwan from Women. Remember that. Remember that. Just use your braless wife in your thumbnails. Yes, I can also do that. That would be very, very clickbaity. I bet they did it before Thanksgiving, given so many kitchen fires that happened. Probably. Yeah, everybody's lighting their shit on fire. Anyway, I had a good little weekend in North Carolina. It was fast. I forget how long the trip to North Carolina is, and then there's a 3-hour time difference. So we left Friday morning, traveled all day with Farley, got there Friday night. Saturday was Will's parents' party, and then Sunday we hung out, and then I left at the ass crack of dawn on Monday. Did you get a streamer awards dress? No, because I couldn't make a decision when we went shopping, so I'm going to have to go back. I will not have time this week. Probably going to go back next week and try to frickin' find something. Also, I already announced this before, but if you live in Los Angeles, I think there are still tickets available to Sad Boys, which is hosted by Jordan Adika and Jarvis Johnson. It's their podcast. They're doing a live podcast, and Sam and I are the guests at the 7:30 performance on Saturday. I think even if you can't make the live, which most people won't, it is going to be on their YouTube, I think. So it's fun. It's going to be like the Let Me Know girls and the Sad Boys. I need that necklace back from you. Wait, what necklace? This one? Oh, you need it back from me? Oh, I'm sorry. Oh, I didn't know this was yours. Even though, obviously, a necklace like this would be one that you would have. It's actually broken. Sad. So if you can fix it, you can have it. You want it for the streamer awards, something? You just want to wear it on, like, stream? I don't know. Is it going to be live stream for the non-LA peeps? I don't know if it'll be live stream, but I am pretty positive that it will be on their YouTube available to watch. You want to wear it to Trader Joe's. Yeah, that makes sense. I get that. Anyway, so we're doing this Saturday, which will be really fun. And then so I was just gone, and Thursday I am going to San Francisco for Thanksgiving because my parents are going to be up there at my aunt and uncle's house. Of course, my parents are doing that thing, though, where they're like, you sound so tired. And I was like, yeah, I mean, I'm pretty freaking tired because I traveled and basically haven't slept much since I traveled back from North Carolina, and am just really running around doing things this week. And they were like, maybe you shouldn't come up. We don't want you to feel like you have to see us. I'm like, no, I'm coming. I'm coming up to the Bay Area to see you guys for Thanksgiving.
Oh, Mom, you want to come in? Come. Yeah,
Oh!
come take a look.
Wait, I'm glad he got this all figured out.
Yeah, come take a look.
Do not come. Okay, you guys, stop. The word come has been ruined, okay? You know what? I am drawing nigh. I told my parents that I will draw nigh on Thanksgiving. That I will be approaching. Digital Deluxe, thank you for the 26 months. For Tello Rosso, thank you for the 6 months. I will be making headway towards that area. Will! Spillium Neff. I was just seeing that as I was just looking at this clip and saw that you got the setup all put together, which is great. Which is fabulous. Let's watch this. Aw, Mama Neff.
Guys, you know what this means?
What's that mean?
That you don't have to run back to Los Angeles.
That's
you
right.
can stream
Aw.
from North Carolina.
Here, let's show
Oh,
Farley and I had a nice walk.
da boy.
Look at his.
Oh, my TT
This is
boy.
wonderful.
Where'd you
This
guys
is
walk
great.
to?
He
Downtown. Up the
He loves Will's mom. We call her Meemaw. That's Farley's Meemaw. And Farley will sleep at night with Meemaw. He won't even sleep with us. He'll go sleep with Meemaw because Meemaw gets up in the morning and gives him a lot of turkey and then takes him on a very long walk. And he doesn't want to have to wait for us to wake up. So he is by Meemaw's side.
hotel.
She takes care of that boy.
Cool.
Cool. Well, congratulations. I'll leave you your stream.
We did it.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Happy Thanksgiving.
Yeah, you can see that Will looks like his
Thanksgiving,
mom.
yeah.
I
everyone.
have a very happy Thanksgiving because my
Aww.
baby doll is home.
Aww.
We did it.
We did it.
We did it.
Yeah, he was telling me, he's like, I don't know if I can't get the stream set up. I gotta work. I might have to come back. I'm like, you should really stay for Thanksgiving. You should stay for Thanksgiving. Your dad is almost 100. And you went all the way to North Carolina. I would have stayed longer if I didn't need to come back for podcast tings. But, you know, this is the battle of wanting to spend time with your family, and his parents are older, especially his dad, but then, you know, going, I need to work, I got a lot of stuff to do. And I was like, look, if you can just get a setup at your parents' house, don't feel like you need to rush back. Will told us about the house. Oh, did he? Okay, well, I don't know why he did that. Because, oh my God. Okay, let me explain something. So, in our relationship, I am the bad cop in so many ways. Sometimes it's exhausting. Will gets to be like, oh, you know, I'm nice and fun and having a good time and smiling and whatnot, and I'm the hard ass. So we've been looking for a new place, and every place we've gone to, I have had a lot of questions and have been, you know, wanting to be very thorough with inspections and et cetera, et cetera. So I was there today. I was at this place, and it was a 4.5 hour inspection, and I asked probably 250 questions. And it was funny because the agent at one point, he goes, oh, I see, he goes, you know, because he's mostly dealt with Will. He's like, I see how you and Will work together. And he goes, you guys make sense together. I was like, what do you mean? He goes, you're very, and I knew what he was thinking. I was like, I'm a hard ass, meticulous. Yes. He was like, yeah, Will's just very, you know, easygoing, like really excited about things. And I said, yeah. Did you notice that when we went to that other place, the real estate agent treated me horribly? She was a real bitch to me because I came in and I went, okay, this thing and that thing. I used to work for somebody who had these exact two things in their house, and it was a nightmare. And so I asked, I was like, can I get the service report for this? Can I get the history of like blah, 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 blah. I don't want to give too many details, but anyway, she did not like me. She did not like me and instead just wanted to talk to Will about how cool it is that he plays video games and how her daughter's really into video games, and Will was like giving her advice on it. And then when I'd ask her questions, she'd be a bitch because she thought I was a bitch. And I'm like, sorry, I'm sorry, I'm asking questions that I think are important. Yeah, she's like, why would you kill the vibe with all these serious questions? And anyway, I'm not somebody who rushes into something. I'm a very like, sometimes it's a problem because I'm a very like by the book type of girl, and I've never been somebody who throws caution to the wind, which in many instances is good. Sometimes though, it's prevented me from just trying things. I don't mean that I'm not adventurous, but I mean like I have to read and understand something thoroughly before I'll dive into it. And sometimes it's been a hindrance in my creative life where you just need to, sometimes you just need to jump in. You just got to jump in the deep end. And I'm not that type of person. How old are you? I am 32. So yeah, I can be a little indecisive. I can be really weighed down by that, that need to feel as if I'm not going to run into any problems. I'm not going to there's not going to be any surprises, that there's not going to be things that I don't feel prepared to handle. And so that's been a challenge with streaming, because streaming was something that I had to just throw myself into. There was no way to prepare for streaming like I prepare for other things in my life. And I've talked about this a lot, where I'm like, yeah, it's funny because the element of live streaming goes against my very nature. Like who I am to my core is like live streaming is the antithesis of that. But here I am, and we've made it work. What's up, everybody? Hi, welcome in. So anyway, we've been looking for a place, and I I can't believe he was talking about this on stream, because nothing is done until it's done. And I'm like, look, this is Los Angeles. I'm not saying they don't do this in other markets, but they will fuck you, okay? They will do a cheap flip where they make something look nice and it's really obscuring very serious problems. And so it's why I was there today doing a 4.5-hour inspection, and I followed along with the inspector every step of the way and made sure that I knew like everything. And there's problems, right? That's what happens. Cutie was like, when we moved into our house, we did not, she goes, we didn't really do what you're doing, and we've had a lot of problems. I'm like, yeah, that's what happens when you are not, when you are not thorough in doing something like an inspection. Then that's where surprises pop up, and they're not the good kind of surprises. He just said he's planning on buying a house, didn't give any details. Yeah. I just, it's one of those things where we've both worked very hard, but as far as like Will's success in streaming, he is at a point where he has the finances to buy a house, and it's very exciting, right? And this is one of those where we're not married, but it's very much so a, I don't know how to explain this, but Will makes a lot more money than I do, but it's we'll be moving into this house together, a domestic partnership. Yeah. And yet, you know, when I say like he's worked really hard and I want him to be excited about his hard work paying off, that's not me being like, well, I don't work hard because I work my fucking ass off too. But he is just, the last year in particular, I think he had some serious burnout and it was feeling like, what am I doing all of this for? And so I think being in a position to buy a house is this is what your hard work has gotten you, right? This is what all of those years before streaming and during streaming has led to. So I say that while recognizing, right, we are partners, but like this is also Will's success. That being said, it's tough because you want to be excited about something big like this, but you also have to be very cautious and proceed. You know, you don't want to just run headlong into making a major financial decision like this and then end up getting fucked over. So I kind of, again, you know, I just have a very different, I have a different personality, different way of looking at things. We both have our strengths. We both have our weaknesses. We are simpatico. We are good for one another. But this was one where I was like, look, okay, I don't want you going from 100 being super excited to 0 being like depressed and fall into this dark hole. Because if this doesn't work out, is what I'm saying. So what I will say is, yes, it's very exciting. I'm glad that he shared that with his community to be like, this is really exciting news, blah, 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 blah. But it's also like managing expectations. Yeah. You start signing disclosures, it becomes real fast on signing off on all that shit that can pop up and no recourse. Right. And our thing is, I'm like, we can't move into a place that then is going to be a money sink. It's just not, it's not realistic. It's not realistic financially. It's also not realistic in our schedule. It would be fucking hell. Absolute hell. And the worst, really the worst thing ever. So anyway. Anywho, that's the update there because I did go spit. That's why I was late today. That's why I was late, because I was dealing with that. Marixa, thank you for the 16 months. Dangu, thank you for the 22 months. Easy Echemosis, thank you for the 11 months. Good luck with everything. Buying a house is damn stressful. Yeah, it's, you know, it's a great privilege and a very exciting venture, but it is something where I think I'm naturally more cautious and probably more cynical. I just always assume people are trying to fuck me over with stuff like this. Because it happens a lot, right? Because a lot of times it's not like, I'm not saying it's super duper nefarious, more so it's just normal, right? Like, this is how it goes. Yeah. I remember my parents, when we moved into our house when I was growing up, the people who they bought the house from hid the fact that there was a major mouse problem. And so we were 5 kids, 5 young kids living in that house with my parents and a dog. And there were mice everywhere. I think actually it was rats. Yeah. Rat jam. So, you hear just lots of horror stories like that, which is very true. No matter how cautious you are, there's always going to be some crookedness. Yeah. Buying a house, the wedding dress. I have so much content to send into my favorite journalistic publication, Dexerto. Yeah, Dexerto's going to be eating good. They are going to be eating good. It's capitalism a lot of times they are. Yeah, true. Also just the way things work in Los Angeles is, as somebody who had to deal with contractors because I worked for a very wealthy individual, I gotta be honest though, I didn't care that they were fucking him over because he was a bad person. But like, I saw it happening. I for not ever having been someone who's had to personally myself like have contractors work on my place, because I've just not been in that position. I've worked for people like this very, very, very wealthy man who I had to deal with contractors because he had this house that, I'm not kidding you, he had been working on for 24 years. 24 fucking years. And this place was under construction every day. But this was the same guy who basically was like, if you're a homeless person and you steal a 6-pack from the from 7-Eleven, like, you should go to prison for life. So people will try to scam you, especially if you're a first time buyer. Yeah, there's people will try to scam you if they can get away with it, right? You know? So anyway, I have gotten scammed before. Like, I got scammed with my first car that I bought. I don't know if I ever told this story, but this was a terrible saga. And when those things happen to you, it kind of hardens you a bit. You know, it's like, yeah, you're not going to go through life and it's going to be smooth sailing all the time. But the idea is that you learn from these things happening to you. So hopefully it doesn't happen again. But yeah, that was the car where they had rolled back the mileage. And without knowing it, I had driven from Chicago to Los Angeles when I bought this car. And I thought the car had 90,000 miles on it and had 390,000 miles on it. Yeah, so it's actually pretty fucking insane that I made it to LA when I moved here. Yeah. I had worked up and saved money at my shit political job that paid me $2,000 a month, and then after taxes it was like $1,500. And I saved money and finally could buy a car. I bought it off Craigslist. And I got so scammed. It was a Toyota, not a Corolla. I don't know, some piece of shit little thing. That was also the car that I got pulled over. I got profiled. But oh no, sorry, it wasn't a Camry, it was a Corolla. It was a Toyota. Well, look at all these Toyota, these different types of Toyota cars. So yeah, when I was in Los Angeles, when I first moved here, I got pulled over like 8 times in the first month because the cops were profiling me in my car. They didn't see it was me, because if they'd seen me, they probably were like, well, she doesn't really. Let's look at our list. What's like the skin color, the Family Guy skin color meme? But because of my car and because I was struggling to get it registered because I was having issues with the fucking check engine light, where in California you have to pass certain smog requirements and like blah, blah, blah. So I had temporary plates, or I had temporary registration for my car. And because it was this like piece of shit little thing with these temporary plates, I kept getting pulled over in Hollywood when I lived in Hollywood. I got pulled over back to back like 3 days in a row. 3 days in a row, and every time I'd be like, fucking hell. Yeah, that car took years off my life. It really did. That was when I got really crazy and was coming up with these potential plans to blow the car up, try to get insurance money, to piss somebody off in traffic and have them like ram me off the highway. Yeah, my cousin had to talk me out of doing those. I was really crazed one night, and I was like Charlie Day. It was that meme of Charlie Day at the whiteboard where I'm like, what if I did this? Dude, one time someone stole my plates and replaced them with a stolen car plates. I got pulled over by 4 cops because of it. I love to see those tax dollars hard at work. Yeah, you get pulled over. You're like, thank you, officers. Thank you. Now back to, I don't know, whatever the fuck you're doing. It's still tough even if you know and learn from your first being scammed experience. Scammers have all grouped to form a network and will only buy for the price they ask, which would include commissions. We're left with no other choice because we got to sell the car before it turns into a rest box. Oh, yeah. When I say, like, learn from the shit things that happen to you, that's with the experience and therefore understanding that it's not, you know, this is not a one-to-one thing where, oh, this thing happened to me, so then it will... so then it will never happen again. You just learn, right? The idea is that every experience you have in life, you take something away from it. You learn from it. Do you get your eyebrows done or are they natural? I usually will get them laminated every few months. I need to get them laminated. It's been a while, but otherwise I just like use a little Anastasia brow glue and glue these babies up to make them fluffy. Fool me once, can't get fooled again. George W. Bush. Yeah. Or you know, sometimes you go, what is it, like the definition of insanity is doing something twice the same way and expecting different results. You're like, surely it'll be different this time, even though I'm doing nothing differently. Space Cadet, thank you for the 5 months. Velberg, thank you for the 12 months. I had a teacher that instead of buying a real car, he got a kit car. What the hell's a kit car? His dad warned him and his car was starting to fall apart. He started to take it apart and toss it in the canal or something. Right before he went to the phone to call the insurance, his dad said, tell him when he's finished so he can report his son for insurance fraud. But dad did not have his son's back. Possum Poppy, thank you for the 10 months. Like a replica. Oh, okay. Okay. You put the car together yourself. Yeah. That's one of those things that in my real thrifty DIY days when I thought I could do that shit. You're real. Thank you so much for the 6 community subs. Appreciate you. I would probably have tried to do something like that. There were a number of things that, like, one time my car, okay, this is an awful story because I couldn't afford to go home for Thanksgiving. And I was like, you know what? I'm just going to stay. Like, I could have afforded it, but I didn't have that much money. And I was like, I would rather stay and work this weekend because everyone else is gone. And then, you know, I'll save the money from not flying home and I'll make money this weekend. Well, my fucking car got broken into when I was at work, and the cost of it was going to be like what I had made staying home that weekend to work. So I was basically rocking duct tape on my car window, and I ended up buying a window off of eBay because I was like, okay, I think I can maybe fix this myself. I think I can fix this myself and do the DIY route. And that didn't happen. No. So I just had duct tape as a window. Yep, I'm one of those people who believes I'll get in my head, I think I can do this. It comes from my dad's side. My dad is very much so I'm not going to pay someone to do this because I'm going to do it myself. And he instilled that in me, but there are definitely things that I haven't been able to do, or that I started to do and then I quit, like painting our apartment. I don't know if Will's ever mentioned this before, but there is one strip of paint here because during the dark ages, during my dark ages, I was in a fit of madness and just consumed by anxiety. I thought to myself, I'm going to paint our entire apartment. I think this will be good. This will be good. And I basically painted the trim in the kitchen and painted the bathroom and then started here and stopped. Like, I was in a fit of madness for 2 days, maybe 3 days straight painting. I'd watched a bunch of YouTube videos. Yeah, it was total manic energy. I had gone to, this is the period when I was going to like Home Depot every single day. And suddenly I stopped. It's like the fit of madness ended and I could not pick up the paintbrush again. And so a week went by and Will was like, hey, when you said dark ages, was this during the pandemic? It was 2021. So the dark ages for me, like the real dark ages, was 2020 to like mid 2022. So right before I started streaming is kind of when the dark ages were were leading to the Renaissance, which is what we're in now. This is the Renaissance. So Will, after about a week, went, hey, are you gonna finish painting? And I was like, yeah. And then a month went by and he went, are you gonna finish painting? I said, yeah. And then 6 months went by. He said, are you gonna fucking finish painting? I was like, yes, I'm going to. And then a year went by and he started to ask less and less. And finally we hit 2 years. We hit 2 years. And I just remember so in the saddest voice, he was like, you're never going to finish painting, are you? And I said, no. I said, nope. No, I will not. And so that's why when we've looked at, when we've started to look at a new place to move into, he said the one thing you're not allowed to do, you're not allowed to paint, because I know that you're not going to really do it. A subathon where every sub is a... Yeah, I'll do a subathon where every sub is a centimeter of trim painted. Will would be my number one gifter. He'd be like, oh my God. That cuts deep because it's true. Yes. Yeah. You know, it was one of those where in the beginning, I think I always knew I wasn't going to finish it, but I kept up the pretenses that I was going to. And then I found streaming. And I was like, sorry, I've got a life now. I've got purpose. You know what it was? Is because I didn't have purpose. During the dark ages, during those dark ages, I was purposeless. I was directionless, and I've never been that way. Even when I was doing things that weren't necessarily what I wanted to be doing, there was always a direction. And I was lost. I was so lost. And I think so first I built like my closet. It was the first day we had moved into this apartment, or it was like the first week we moved in this apartment, and Will comes in to the room and I'm drilling holes into the closet, and I thought he was about to shit a brick, and he went, "Oh my God, what the fuck are you doing?" I was like, "Don't worry, shh, it'll be fine. It'll all be fine." And I pointed to a YouTube video that I was watching showing me how to do it. So it worked. I did it. I fixed the closet. And then I think because I fixed the closet and then I fixed the sink. So I had some confidence. I was like, maybe this is what I'm going to do now. Maybe I'm going to be like Bob the Builder, Barbara the Builder. Maybe I am a handy woman now. I think I can do this. I'm a fixer. Yeah. Kusa Kusi, thank you for the 18 months. Jen G X, thank you for the 6 months. BR, thank you for the 26 months. Jacked Up Bubbles, thank you for the 10 months. Yeah. And then, I'm not kidding you guys, every day, every day I was going to Home Depot, and that was purpose for me. That was a momentary, it was a temporary thing. Direction, I don't know. My apartment manager had to come around because of a plumbing issue. She was like, "Oh wow, so pretty," and I felt like, wait, like you're pretty? She said. Or she said the plumbing issue is pretty. YouTube tutorials have made us all way too confident in our DIY abilities. Yes, yeah. I think the internet in general has made me feel like there was a period of time that I went, why the fuck did I even go to college? I can just learn everything I need to know online. Like the decorating. Oh, okay. It's like, she looks at the plumbing, is like, wow, it's gorgeous. YouTube and the internet gave me a lot of confidence in being able to do anything, but then also realizing that there's a lot that I can't do. YouTube tutorials made me the woman STEM that I am today. Staying at my apartment downtown in a small city with my girlfriends / my pup. I read that as my girlfriends. I was like, oh, slay, get it. Okay. I don't know many people around here besides some acquaintances. Any Thanksgiving ideas / Rex? I always say, like, just have a nice, quiet little Thanksgiving, you know? Fuck it if you don't even want to make food. Order some food. Order food, watch a movie, get cozy. Turkey sucks, okay? Let's be real about that. Turkey is not good. So, it needs to be said. It needs to be said. It does. And I think we do things because we've done them for a long time. And look, I've had good turkey, and I still don't really like turkey. not OBS. It's probably either my internet, which would be classic Spectrum. Or it's something on Twitch. Okay. As long as it's not majorly effing. I'm just kind of scared that it's just going to go down and I'm going to be like, oh. OMG, I'm actually catching a Caroline Quad stream. Let's go, dude. Let's go. Let's go. Okay. Okay, guys. Oh, wait. What was I talking about? Yeah. So I'm here tonight. I'm here tomorrow. Thursday, I'm going to the Bay Area for Thanksgiving, but I'm going to try and stream. I'm going to bring my little to-go setup. I want to try to do a stream there because otherwise I'll be gone Thursday, Friday, and then Saturday I'm doing Sad Boys, so I won't be live then too, and I just was gone for 4 days, so I would like to try and do a stream. I'm not going to be with my whole family, my immediate family. I'll be with my aunts, uncles, cousins, and then my parents will be there. But there's going to be a lot of cooking happening. My aunt is a really, really good cook. That's my dad's sister. And so I think doing a cooking stream could be fun. First time watcher. What's up? Hello. Okay, I think that's what I got. Update wise. Can I have to get your opinion on Drake suing UMG. You know, he looks like a whittle bitch. He looks like a whittle bitch. He lost in the court of public opinion, okay? He lost, and he couldn't accept it. And he's like, no. Admit it, Flocky. Holy shit. Holy 20. Thanks. Thank you, Flunkster. Drake looks very sad and desperate. He does. I think, look, will I say that there's no possibility whatsoever that botting or any of the other things that they're accusing UMG and Spotify and Apple of doing, would I say that like that never happens or there's no possibility that happened? No, of course not. But does Drake look really pathetic suing? Yes. He might sue me now for saying this. He's just going to sue everybody. Who won't he sue? He's also with UMG. Yeah, that's wild. You know what I'm going to do? I'm also going to sue people who are more successful than I am. And I'm going to say, no. I'm going to sue every streamer who is more successful than I am and be like, no, this is not possible. You cannot possibly be more popular than me. Non, thank you for the 27 months of tier 2. Flunky, thank you for that gifted. By the way, Katy Perry's team is suing me, but I don't care anymore. There you go. What? What does Katy Perry have to do with this? What is going on? Katy Perry is suing oh wait, this is separate. Katy Perry is suing a Twitter account that was mean to her? No way. I'll probably delete this in the morning when I'm sober, but it's truth. I'm so tired of being silent. She thinks I was paid to tweet stuff over the summer. Fuck her and her wrinkling ass skin. God. Look, y'all. Suing is so in right now. Suing is all the rage. I've had lawsuits threatened against me. I've had so many people when I worked in nightlife threaten to sue me. I had people threaten to sue me when I wouldn't let them into the club. I had this billionaire threaten to sue me for defamation because I said that he was I said that he was coercing underage girls, and not just underage girls, but women of age, but also underage girls. He was coercing them into sex, and this was like this whole promoter ring that I had gotten wind of, and so I went absolutely fucking nuts because it happened to two of the girls that I worked with, and they had to escape from this house. So then this billionaire threatened to sue me. He didn't know my name. He just said the Asian one. Because he found out from this promoter who tried to fight me. Yeah, people just be suing all over the place. I remember the first time someone threatened to sue me and I was scared. And then like the fifth time someone threatened to sue me, I just laughed. The Asian one. The Asian one, and then my friend who's black. It was the Asian one and the black one. That's what this really rich buyer had threatened. He's like, the Asian one and the black one. I'm going to sue them into the ground. I'm going to sue them for defamation. She got to stress her streamer words yet? Not yet. Yeah, those DEI hires. Yep. That's when you know they're really bigoted. Point them out in a lineup. Hey, if you can identify me from a group of Asian girls, and if you can identify my friend from a group of black girls, I'll let you sue me. How about that? How about that? Have you seen Interior Chinatown yet? I haven't seen it. I did read the book. It was really, really good. I heard the show is good. I'll probably try to watch it at some point. I think it's got Jimmy O Yang. I have not seen Wicked. So Sam and I are going to try to see Wicked together so we can talk about it on the podcast. We are going to plan. I really want to go do, I want to do Glad Dict, which is the double header of Gladiator 2 and Wicked. Gladict. No, I refuse Glict. You're missing out the opportunity. You're missing out on the opportunity to do Gladict. Wow, no invite. You know what? You don't even text me back when I'm excited about you being on the complex list. So no. So no. I'm not going to text you to see if you want to go to Wicked. Maybe if you text me back. Yeah, oh, I don't have a phone. I don't have a phone. Yeah, I'm poor shaming you. I'm going to sue you for emotional distress. I'm suing you. Look, biatch, since you don't have a phone, as you say, because so many people were texting you that your phone just blew up. If you'd like to go see Wicked, we want to plan to go see Wicked. We want to plan to see Wicked. But if you're, too big time with this no phone of yours, you are like, what's her name? Oh, who's the actress who dated or was engaged to Aaron Rodgers? She's like real earthy, cuckoo, cuckoo. What's her name? Shailene Woodley, who stopped using her phone. It's like this thing that certain celebrities are doing now where they're like, no, I don't do phones anymore. I don't do phones. That's what Cutie is doing. No, you don't want to go. Okay, well, you know what? That was a fake invite. Because whatever you had said, I was going to say, no, you're not invited. Okay, I will say, has anybody, okay, who's, put a 1 in chat if you've actually seen Wicked. For real. If you've seen Wicked, sound off. Okay. People, and I know that this is the internet. I'm not trying to do the whole like, people are saying it and then it turns out to be a couple of posts. All right. But people are saying on the internet that this is Best Picture. And again, I'm not trying to do the whole like, okay, well, a couple people were saying it. I'm just, look, I haven't seen Wicked, but there's just no way. I'm sorry. There's no way. There's no way. They're like, oh my God, best director, John Chu, Best Picture. There's no way that it's beating Dune 2. Ain't no way. But people are saying, wait, actually, oh my God, there's an interview out. There's an interview out with this journalist that I really want to read. Okay, has everybody seen this? I assume everybody has seen the interview, but maybe not. Maybe we should watch it. So, because I'm just letting you know, I will be referencing this for the rest of my life. Okay. So as long as I'm a content creator, as long as you watch me do content, I will literally be referencing this for the rest of my life. So it's probably good if you know what I'm referencing. We can play it because it really does need to just be played over and over again. Yeah, here we go. Here we go. Okay, let me grab some water. Hold on. Okay, so if you are not online, or if your Twitter page looks like Will Neff's and it's all jets, then you have missed out on the Wicked press tour, okay? And let me tell you, you have really missed out. And there are a lot of interviews, but I think this is the interview. I think this is really the one. And as far as like what will be forever burned into the cultural zeitgeist, not just of this era, but of all time, this is a moment. You've really got so much happening here, and here you go.
I've seen this week people are taking the lyrics of Defying Gravity and really holding space with that and feeling power in that.
I didn't know that was happening.
I've seen it, yeah.
That's really powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
That's what I wanted.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
The finger tap.
I didn't know that was happening.
I've seen it on a couple posts. I don't know how widespread, but I am in queer media, so that's my,
That's really cool.
Yeah, I've seen
This is so incredible, and I can't. I can't express to you enough how much this interview fulfills me. Who I am. This is everything. This is so insane. It's so crazy and campy and absolute nonsense. And I have watched this probably 100 times, and I can't get enough. I can't get enough. Okay, so let me just break this down for you guys. All right, let me break down why I'm obsessed with this.
I've seen this week people are taking the lyrics of Defying Gravity and really holding space with that.
Okay, first of all, what does that mean? Holding space is a therapy term, all right? But what does that mean with Defying Gravity? Defying Gravity, which is a song that came out 21 years ago, okay? This song, just to give you an idea of how old it is, this song came out the same year that the U.S. invaded Iraq, okay? It is 21 years old. So for people to be holding space for the lyrics of a 21-year-old song is crazy, right? It's crazy. Okay, let's move on.
And feeling power in that.
Feeling power in that. Okay.
I didn't know that was happening.
I've seen it, yeah.
Okay. Cynthia responds, I didn't know that was happening. She has no idea what this interviewer is talking about, okay? Because if someone says to you, yeah, I've seen people holding space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity, there are maybe like, there's a subset of the population who knows what this means, and Cynthia is not in that. She does not fucking know what holding space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity means, because most people don't know. Most people be like, I'm sorry, what does that mean? What does that mean?
That's
Okay, and so then the interviewer responds again, is like, hey, or the interviewer responds and says, yeah, I've seen it. Now this is the second time that she's saying, I have seen people holding space, which makes it sound like it's this big thing that's happening across the internet.
really powerful.
Okay, Cynthia goes, that's really powerful.
Mm-hmm. That's what I wanted.
That's what I wanted. What I love about this is that it makes it seem as if Cynthia wrote the lyrics. That like Defying Gravity is something Cynthia Erivo created. That she's like, this is so powerful. That's what I wanted, right? Like if someone said to me, Caroline, your streams have helped me understand representation in film. And I'd be like, great, that's really what I wanted. That's so powerful. That's so powerful. And that's exactly what I wanted. Now, if I do something that's not, like I'm not the first, far from the first person to do it. I'm not the person who created that thing. It's hilarious to be like, that's exactly what I wanted about something that, again, came out 21 years ago and is one of the most popular Broadway shows of all time. Defying Gravity being a song that even if you do not know musical theater, you know Defying Gravity. Defying Gravity is a song that has transcended musical theater and like theater kids who, if you're not a theater kid, you probably don't know, I don't know. You might not know like Heathers, the musical, but it's time to try Defying Gravity. For example, Will Neff, who hates most musical theater, was singing Defying Gravity all weekend long, okay? And he goes, that's a good song. I do like that song. He was holding space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity. Slaughter, and thank you for the gifted. Steady OP, thank you for the 7 months.
Yeah.
And then this part where they turn to each other and Ariana is tapping her finger. Tapping her finger as they just look at each other like, because they're just feeling, they are feeling too much. This finger tap goes down in history, okay? Seriously, I've watched many an interview with the stars of a big film when they're doing the press tour and blah 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 blah. And there are very iconic moments throughout throughout these interviews, throughout the decades of film and pop culture. And this is up there as one of the funniest. The finger tap. It is the creation of Adam.
I didn't know that was happening.
And she just continues to hold her singular finger. Her singular finger. Okay. Then Cynthia says, I didn't know that was happening because it's not.
I've seen it on a couple posts.
And the big reveal is I've seen it on a couple of posts.
I don't know how widespread, but, you know, I am in queer media.
And then she gives us this line, I am in queer media. And she like clutches her heart and it is it is incredible. It is fucking incredible. I am in queer media. I've seen a couple posts, so I don't know if it's widespread, but you know, I am in queer media. Clutches heart, like you, like basically this feels like a language. Okay, so many of the Wicked interviews have felt like they are speaking a language that no one else speaks. Like they will look at each other. And I swear to God, it's like when two people think they can just communicate through their eyes, right? Like we don't even need to speak. It's that I'm so connected to this person and what we've done here that we don't even need to speak. We can literally communicate through our eyes. And that has happened in like every one of these interviews.
So that's my,
That's
you
really
know,
cool.
Yeah, I've seen.
That's really cool. That's so, oh, I love that. So powerful. Okay, let me watch this TikTok. Wait, what? Is there no sound on this? Or is it silent? We are back, baby, now with a bigger can. That was cinema, baby. It's time to try defying gravity. And you won't bring me down. Where's the caption? I don't know, but I kind of love that it's silent. Okay. Anyway, now we can get to this follow-up email. It says holding space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity. I assumed so. Jar Jar Lover, thank you for the 9 months. What do you think of the discourse about whether or not Cynthia and Ari have eating disorders, whether speculating does more harm? Okay, that's a whole other topic. And I can get into that. Let me finish this and then we can discuss that. The internet has practically gone into bicep spasm from holding space for a viral moment born in an interview between journalist Tracy Gilchrist and Wicked stars Ariana Grande and Cynthia Erivo. Captured over 2 weeks ago at one of the many press junkets for the record-breaking musical, the interview produced what many viewed as a confounding statement from Gilchrist about the film's torch song, Defying Gravity. This week, people are taking the lyrics to Defying Gravity and are really holding space with that. The journalist from Equal Pride said, "I didn't know that was happening," Arrivo responded, immediately overcome with emotion. "I've seen it on a couple posts. I don't know how widespread, but I am in queer media," added Gilchrist. Immediately, users on X and TikTok ran wild with the footage, although Gilchrist said it really didn't take off until last week. Some of it was poking fun at the deep sincerity of the exchange, which contained little information but somehow widely resonated with the stars. As I said, it's speaking without words. Grande, supporting her co-lead, reached for Arrivo's hand but wound up cradling her formidable fingernail instead, a moment that went viral on its own. Because the thing about that interview is that there are multiple moments from that short clip where they live on their own, right? You've got the finger tap and grab, the formidable fingernail. You've got the I'm in queer media. You've got the holding space. You've got people are holding space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity. You've got the, oh, that's so powerful. That's exactly what I wanted. Like there are just, and you've got the reveal of it. Okay, well, you know, it was on a couple posts, so I don't know how widespread it was. Yeah, I mean, there's just so, there's so much. There's so much. Okay, so tell me about the day at the junket. Did you have any concept of what this would become? This is an interview with Tracy Gilchrist, who's in queer media. "I just did what I do, going in and doing an interview. I tend to be that person who goes in and asks the socially relevant question, or perhaps more serious than most junket questions. Mind you, this interview happened a day and a half after the election. I'd interviewed Cynthia before, so I went in very sincerely. I'm glad people are finding joy in it and laughing, and that it's so viral." Okay. Indeed it is. Have you seen how far this has traveled? "Apparently I was on The View today, but I haven't seen the clip yet. The gay men's chorus created a whole vocal warm-up and lyrics with those words," I said. "It's so overwhelming." It really didn't go viral until last Friday. I was in meetings and my phone started blowing up. Later, I was at lunch with a friend and he kept asking me to explain what was happening. Like, why is it funny? I don't know. It just is. I mean, they're going to be, like, if I were in college, I would write my dissertation on this. How would you define holding space? I was very inspired by Toni Morrison, not to be confused with the author Toni Morrison. Toni Morrison, who's the senior communications director from GLAAD. He posted... Okay. This is incredible. He posted the lyrics of Defying Gravity before I did my interview. It was a great explainer. Holding space is being physically, emotionally, and mentally present with someone or something. For me, it means being in the moment, not being distracted and feeling something on a cellular level. I think you can hold space with lyrics of a song, one you've heard hundreds of times, and it can suddenly take on new meaning when you're a queer person. The Trump administration, the Trump administration is targeting LGBTQ plus people via Project 2025. When Cynthia sings, "I'm through accepting limits," there's power in that. She plays a character who is othered, one who comes to her full power when she is exiled by a charlatan, by a cruel leader. There's a lot of resonance there right now for anyone who is marginalized. For me, holding space is listening to those lyrics anew and finding solace or inspiration. So 2016 is so back, baby. The thing that jumps out to me most from this is that it wasn't even a couple of posts. She's talking about one person, Toni Morrison, the senior comms director from GLAAD, who posted the lyrics of Defying Gravity before she did the interview. She's talking about someone simply copy pasting the lyrics to a song that came out 21 years ago. But, you know, But, you know, it doesn't even matter, okay? It doesn't even matter because she said it and now it exists forever. And what I am doing right now is holding space for her talking about one person who posted the lyrics of Defying Gravity before she went in and did her interview. I do get the energy the election had just happened, though it's silly. Yeah, I mean, also, like, I don't need to get into the whole, of course, Donald Trump is a huge threat for the LGBTQ community. Of course, like, this is not something, I don't downplay Donald Trump. I don't downplay what the LGBTQ community is going through. But we also have to be able to laugh at stuff like this. And it very much so is giving 2016 and this, it's very, Caroline uses holding space as an excuse to get me to hold hands, by the way. I do. Oh yeah. I'm not kidding you guys. This interview has changed my life. It has given me everything that I need. Truly. Whenever I am feeling bad, I will turn to this interview. I'm in queer media, but I'm in queer media. It's just, I can't express enough how obsessed I am with this. No, you can't even spoof it. That's the beauty of it, right? The beauty of everything that happened in like that 35-second clip is that there's never going to be a spoof. There's never going to be a sketch that SNL does that will be better than that, because that was done authentically. Like, they were doing that seriously. That was not them trying to be satirical or trying to do something intentionally for a laugh. They were literally holding space. Tracy Gilchrist from Queer Media. Yes, exactly. Exactly. How have you dealt with the response? It's been really wild. Of course, there are cynics and haters out there, but I'm really just trying to not pay too much attention to that. This was for us, for queer people who understand what I meant by holding space, or really for anybody who feels marginalized and can relate. So it's for us. It's not for them. They can hate all they want. Do you recall any of the posts that inspired your question for Cynthia and Ariana? Most of it actually came from a conversation with a friend. I was using that to tee up the question. Again, this is what is so incredible to me, that this was not even a couple of posts. This was one person. I was using that to tee up the question, and I was a little thrown. Okay, this is hilarious too. I was a little thrown off by Cynthia's response because it was so sincere and real. So, Tracy Gilchrist from Queer Media, who has seen people holding space, was thrown off that Cynthia like doubled down, or like Cynthia emotionized. That's not a fucking word, but I don't know how to describe this. That here she comes in, you know, hand on the heart, like serious, somber, but uplifting tone, and Cynthia out empathed her. Yes. Yes. That's what this is, where she was like, oh. Emotional chicken. Oh my God. She got out empathed. She did. She got out empathed. I was a little flustered. I could have said, I have all these friends and this is our conversation, but instead I said, I'm in queer media. She got out empath, and her instinct was to say, I'm in queer media. She got emotionally mogged. Oh my God. I can't get over this. That her instinct, because she was so thrown off, was be like, but I'm in queer media. was. Yeah. Oh, dude. Dude. Oh, I love it so much. I love it so much. Just 4 empath humanists holding space for each other. That's what we do here, you guys. That is what we do here, okay? Every time we talk about something, we're holding space for it, okay? We are empath W humanists. A definitive moment for the queer media. It's a catchphrase now. I was trying to remember the last thing that went this viral and stayed in the mix as long as this, and I think it was very demure, very mindful. In that vein, will you offer merchandise or kick off a holding space docu-series? Brian, kill me. So, are you thinking about having a docu-series? Why? Why does there always have to be a docu-series? Anyway, I'm a lot slower than the internet. Friends of mine were telling me to get a merch store up and running. I'm already seeing the t-shirts and the ball caps. A friend of mine was at a gay bar in Minneapolis this weekend and said someone was wearing a shirt with my face on it. Oh my God. I have not considered the full breadth of what this might be. I had a podcast with The Advocate several years ago, so who knows? Maybe a little podcast. I'm open. Okay, wait a second. Hold on. It didn't go viral till last Friday. Okay, my phone was blowing up. Okay, so a friend of hers was at a gay bar over the weekend and someone was already wearing a shirt with her face on it. When the fuck did this come out? Didn't this come out on Friday? There's no way. There's no way. The gays work fast. But that is fast on a level of, do they have a fucking printing press? How? I don't know about this. Anyway. Okay. The gays do. Okay. Have you gotten recognized on the street? Saturday night, I went to a Cyndi Lauper show in LA. There were a couple of men next to me staring and doing double takes. I'm not sure. I joked that I wanted to pull a Sally Field in Soap Dish and go down to West Hollywood. Okay, she's officially lost probably 70% of the people who are reading this interview. They're like, well, who? What? Who's Sally Field? What's Soap Dish? To sign autographs and kiss babies? Absolutely. Where will you be junketing next? I did the queer junket, so that's coming soon. And for Netflix's No Good Deed, well, we will absolutely hold space for those. We will. Anyway, that is Tracy Gilchrist of Queer Media, who is now a gay icon for holding space. It was her friend that did the t-shirt and wore it. I feel like that's the case. Caroline, I have a few links. You just got to trust me, okay? Here's the first. This series of images. Please hold for the other two. Oh, I have seen every single one of these. You would be hard pressed to send me something I have not seen. Sam and I have probably sent each other like 15 memes a piece. And then just on my own, like late night scrolling, I have I now sound like Tracy Gilchrist of Queer Media. I've seen it. Well, I've seen a couple posts. I don't know how widespread. I don't know if it's widespread, but I have seen it. This is probably where I'd hold space for the lyrics of Defying Gravity. If I send you this after not replying for a few days, it means I was holding space for your text. Can I come over and do this to you? Me trying to avoid conflict when someone brings up a movie I think is a piece of shit. Holding space for those lyrics this week. This is where they hold space for the lyrics to Defying Gravity. Yeah, I have literally seen every single one of these and probably sent them off to people in my life. I am buying pieces for this to be my Halloween costume in 2025 right now. There are going to be so many Tracy Gilchrist, I'm in Queer Media Halloween costumes. If I'm holding space for the lyrics to Defying Gravity and you're in Queer Media, then who the hell's holding this finger? Oh my God. The formidable fingernail. I can't believe you haven't seen it yet, given how the meme... Well, I know, because I went out of town and Sam and I have talked about Wicked on probably every podcast so far. And I was like, okay, we need to go see it immediately.
I'm living my best life, and y'all can't take that from me. Well, you know, can't bring me down. I'm on a high right now. I'm living my best life, and y'all can't take that from me.
G-Slur Rose. G-Slur Rose! Okay, if you want to dive into the more serious Wicked cast discourse, this can be a starting off point. Yeah, okay. Have you seen this regarding the singing in theaters discourse? Oh, yeah. The Rock says if you've gone to a musical and you're into it, sing. You've paid your hard-earned money for a ticket. All right, y'all. So here's a little bit of advice, okay? Human Sunshine Maddie, thank you for 11 months. Here's a little bit of advice. So whatever Dwayne The Rock Johnson says, do the opposite of. So this is like a common sense thing, you know, don't sing in movie theaters. But the fact that The Rock is publicly saying to sing because you've paid your hard-earned money for a ticket, do the opposite. Do the exact opposite. Of course, Dwayne Johnson has the worst opinion when it comes to movie theater behavior. This man is chock full of the worst opinions. And this is actually something we talked about this on the podcast too, but I have to touch on this. So, Wicked movie fires up debate over taking photos of theater screen. Intolerable behavior. Yeah, okay. So I have seen probably half of Wicked from just being on Twitter. I have seen people, I've seen it. I've seen it. Maybe it's a couple. Well, it was a couple of posts, but I have seen it. Okay, so I saw the tweet that was like, post your Wicked Part 1 photos. I've seen full on like 10-minute scenes that people filmed in the theater. All right. I have seen people doing all sorts of things in a Wicked screening. And let me say that Wicked is neither the first nor the last film where people will behave however the fuck they want to. And I really do believe that this is indicative of our society at large, where we very much so, we live in a society where people do whatever they want to do and do not believe that they have to have any common sense or manners whatsoever. And that is exemplified. I truly believe that is exemplified so strongly in how people act in a fucking movie theater. We are holding space for ourselves. Yeah, we are all as individuals holding space for whatever the hell we feel like doing. And I covered this before because this has been a big problem in Wicked screenings where you have, you know, somebody who thinks that they are Idina Menzel singing very loudly during the screening. And let me just say that nobody has bought a ticket to hear somebody in the audience sing Popular or sing Defying Gravity. Everybody knows those songs. You're not special. You're not special because you know every word of Popular and Defying Gravity. In fact, you're just really fucking annoying that you think you have the right to sing that in a public movie theater. Did you go see the Taylor movie? This was a big problem. No, I did not see the Taylor movie, but I can imagine that it was a huge problem. No one, but nobody in all of Oz can bring me down. I will bring you down. I will bring you so far down. I will stick a broom. I will stick Elphaba's broom so far down your gullet. If I hear you screaming Defying Gravity in the movie theater, okay? Don't do it. This is not your private home. If you're watching a movie at home, you can do with that whatever the fuck you want to do, okay? In the privacy of your own home, have at it. Have at it, okay? But anyway, so it's not just the singing thing. It's people taking photos. It's people taking videos. It's encouraging it online. It's people just like being distracting, just being absolutely distracting during a theatrical screening. There's zero etiquette. There's zero etiquette. And like I said, this is happening everywhere, right? We talk about people filming strangers. We talk about people running to social media to write every detail of a private conversation that people are having that someone feels entitled to because they happen to be sitting at Olive Garden together. And so they're like, yeah, I can include this person's personal details and dox them and make fun of them, right? There's people who are truly behaving like fucking animals because decorum is dead. Because manners are dead. Because we feel like, oh, if you're in public and I'm in public, I get to do whatever I want and you can't say anything about it. You can't say nothing about it. You can't just do anything at home if watching with others too. Not if you're watching Lord of the Rings and Aragorn comes across the corpse of Uruk-hai. Yeah, so really this is a problem in movie theaters, but one that is indicative of a societal problem, okay? We need a collective timeout. Yeah, show your Wicked Part 1 photos. Okay. From yesterday, it was 3D. That's why it's blurry. The responses are as if people have never been to a movie theater before. And also, I don't understand this. Why? Why do you need Wicked Part 1 photos? Why? I know, probably shouldn't free scroll. Not on Elon's Twitter. When my mom said she wanted to see Wicked, I informed her of all this and it made her laugh. Just be prepared, okay? If you don't know what the hell's going on in movie theaters these days, just know if you go to see Wicked, you will probably run into any or all of the aforementioned issues. And really, I just, we as a society are so rude. We're so rude. And we really have this individualistic mindset. We are individuals, right? Where we go, but by that, it's, I don't have to have any care for the people around me, and I don't have to be considerate at all, because this is about, I'm the main character, baby. I'm the main character. This is my story. If I want to sing every word in Wicked, if I want to record with my flash on, if I want to talk loudly, if I want to do whatever I want to do, then I can do it, because I am the anime protagonist. Yes. Right. Slay, I don't owe you anything. It's like the bastardization of therapy speak of, you don't owe anyone anything. It's like, no, that's not what that means. Okay. You don't owe people. That's no. We have so lost the plot. We really have. Sip PT, thank you for the prime. I went to opening night of Killers of the Flower Moon. Someone beside me kept checking their phone for a continued period. That's the other thing too. You can't turn your phone off for 2 hours. Don't go to the theater, okay? Do not. And, you know, a lot of people, a lot of streaming is made to be watched on another screen, right? I mean, you had Quibi. The entire purpose of Quibi was people are watching it on their phones, or they're watching it and then doing something else. A lot of people watch movies, and I do this too when I'm at home, if it's especially something I'm like not that interested in, when they're on another screen. So you have 2 screens going on. When you go to a theater, the beauty of going to theater, and why I really love to go to a movie theater, is because it forces you to be off your phone. It forces you to be fully engaged and involved with the movie that is playing on the screen, okay? Your attention, your focus is on that. And you're not allowed to be on your phone because it's very distracting, and you are in a public setting and people are there to watch that movie, and it is disruptive when your phone goes off, when you when it's like the light and everything. It's very distracting. And people should be allowed, when they go to see a movie in a theater, they should be allowed to be fully immersed in that film. Have I seen Anora? I haven't, but I just got it. I'm starting to get everything sent to me. So I also got the digital screener. Will really wanted to watch it with me, so I kind of got to wait till he gets back, but do you have a DVD player? No, but I was told that I can watch it on the PlayStation. Also, I have a digital screener. So they send you the hard copies, and then, because I'm WGA and SAG-AFTRA, so they send me the screenplays, the hard copies of screenplays and films and TV shows, and then also digital screeners. But the digital screeners sometimes have the watermarks on them, which can be a little distracting. So ideally, the DVDs, maybe these, actually, I don't know. These might have the watermark on them as well. I never watched the DVDs. I only do the digital screeners. Mikey Madison. Mikey Madison 8. Yeah, it's just very funny to see people be like, Wicked, Best Actress, Best Supporting Actress, Best Director, Best Picture, and I haven't seen it yet, but I just feel like that's not going to be the case. I don't mean nominations. I mean winning. It feels very it feels very hopeful. And now I would say the category that there's always Best Supporting Actress. Yeah. But I just haven't seen enough yet. I haven't seen it. No, I have not seen enough of the films that are, the big ones this year. So usually I do it around the holidays. I start like I start putting together my list, and then I start putting together my list, and then I start working through it. So that way we can gear up for award season. I don't like to do things too early. I'm not one of those people who's like, here's my Oscar predictions. No, it's too early. Nosferatu hype. I'm so fucking hyped. Dude, they're releasing on Christmas Day. It's Nosferatu. It's the Timothée Chalamet, Bob Dylan biopic. Can't remember what it's called. And then what's the third film? There's 3 films that are being released on Christmas. What are your 2028 presidential predictions? Oh, well, I was seeing today that Kamala Harris on vacation in Hawaii, even though she's working tirelessly for a ceasefire in Hawaii, that there's some talk about Mamala 2028. And what I would say is, I think it's okay if a comet smashes into our planet. If that's the plan, Mamala 2028, because I need the K-Hive to die out, okay? Like, Kamala Harris aside, I need the K-Hive to slink into obscurity and I need them to collapse fully. They are one of the worst, and I'm going to call them stans, because that is what they are. The K-Hive are stans, which is almost more pathetic than stans of an actor or a musical artist. They are stans of Kamala Harris, and they have been around since 2019. Anyway, so 2028, that's what I saw, and I went, no. Variety already put out their predictions. They didn't have Denis in director for Dune. See, this is why I'm not looking at any of this fucking shit yet. No. I also don't, I don't like to look at things until I have seen a bunch of these films, because I don't want to be, I'm not basing my opinions off of like, I'm just going to say whatever Variety said or whatever Hollywood Reporter has put out. I'm like, okay, I'm going to watch this. I'm going to say what I think it should be, and then what I think, based on how the Oscars love to go. I've only seen Wicked and Dune. Yeah, I've really, I go from like not having seen things to having seen a lot in the span of a month. I doubt she'll run again. People used to say Hillary was going to come back, and she never did. Yeah, I don't think Kamala 2028 will actually be a thing, but I do think that they will run somebody who's even more Republican than Kamala Harris ended up being. Hillary Kamala 2028. Yes, baby. Yes. You know what? If that's the case, then I fear I am so back. I fear that if we get Hillary and Kamala in 2028, then I must stand. Can we get a young person on the ticket? If that person is Pete Buttigieg, no. No, thank you. No, sorry. Okay, I'll just give my thoughts briefly on the Ariana eating disorder thing, because I don't really want to get into that full thing right now. But what I will say is, most of the time I think commenting on women's bodies is is bad, and it's done in a way where women just cannot escape constant scrutiny, and you're either this or you're that. If you're fat, then you get called out for being fat. If you lose weight, then you get called out for losing weight. There's just like constant scrutiny on the way that women look. And I think the way that we talk about women's bodies is often just very vile and harmful and obsessive. But what I will say is Ariana, for many years now, has demonstrated that she likely has an eating disorder. And what I've seen, because eating disorder Twitch and eating disorder like social media is scarily popular, that she is held up as inspirational, as aspirational. It's very dangerous to hold up somebody who has seemingly struggled with an eating disorder for a long time as a healthy body and as one to aspire to. Thinspo type shit. I've noticed a lot of that coming in. Oh, sorry, I don't mean Twitch. You guys, I say Twitch and I mean Twitter. I've done this like 100 times. Eating disorder Twitter. And I do that all the time. It does feel like we're in the early 2000s again with how normalized eating disorders are, and like thinspo and skinny bodies. And you've seen this with, and again, I want to walk that line of like not commenting on women's bodies, but pointing out that there is this emphasis, not that it ever went away, but there's a lot of emphasis and praise being heaped on celebrities who are suddenly very thin, who, everyone is taking Ozempic. Let me just tell you that, okay? Let me fill you in on a little something, all right? Everyone has fake hair. Most people have fake noses. And now just about everyone, especially those who have lost weight, are taking Ozempic. I cannot tell you how prevalent this is. And I'm not going to get into the like, oh, should you take Ozempic or should you not take Ozempic? I'm just letting you know that everyone is so fucking skinny because they're taking Ozempic and they have fake hair. So there's this, okay, people should do what they want to do with their appearances and with their bodies. And I think being healthy is the most important thing. But skinny, and especially when it's skinny that's acquired through unhealthy means, being held up as the ideal body type, as this is what you should aspire to look like, that's not good. People are obsessed with Lindsay Lohan now. Yeah, I've seen so many fucking posts of people being like, Lindsay Lohan. There was one post that went viral that was like, this is not plastic surgery. This is her getting clean. Let me tell you, yes, Lindsay Lohan has sobered up, and you will look healthier when you are no longer abusing drugs and alcohol. But she has absolutely fucking had plastic surgery done, okay? She had plastic surgery done before she was really struggling with drugs and alcohol. And she has had a lot of plastic surgery since. And so, like, this craziness of, oh no, she just looks this way, and it has nothing to do with any manufactured means. Like, it has nothing to do with like any artificial means. It does. And like, Lindsay looks great, she does, but she's had a ton of work done. This is not getting clean and turning your life around that produces those results, okay? But anyway, back to how everyone's on Ozempic. My dad, who actually takes it for his A1C, can't get his prescription filled because it's always out of stock. Yeah, that is terrible. That is terrible. Do you think it's straight eating, or is cocaine back in style too? Cocaine never went out of style. Cocaine never went out of style. But what Pigeon Addict, thank you. Lib Bush, thank you for the 4 months. Silent, thank you for the 5 months. Sip PT, thank you for the Prime. So with Ariana, despite having a body positivity movement and there being less like tabloid obsession with female celebrities' bodies in the way that it was in the early 2000s, even though it very much so exists still, eating disorders are rampant in Hollywood, okay, is what I will say. This is an industry that values looks in a way that, like, you know, most industries, yeah, looks might be important, but looks, your physical appearance and the pressure to maintain said physical appearance is enormously strong. And so, you know, people not in Hollywood have eating disorders, but I am telling you that it is rampant in Hollywood because your appearance is currency. And when you are no longer seen as you know, the hot ticket in town, then your currency drops to zero and you're gone. I mean, have you guys seen The Substance? Like, have you seen The Substance? Okay. How long is this TikTok? I just meant, like, I didn't want to get into watching people be like, so here's why I think that Ariana Grande has an eating disorder, because my whole thing is like, I don't think that's really a question. Why do I not have any sound on my TikTok? What is going on? This is so weird. This happened. Oh, here we go. Okay.
About Ariana Grande and what is very apparently going on. I can't help but to think of this lady.
Yeah, Karen Carpenter.
Miss Karen Carpenter. For those who don't know, Karen Carpenter, a part of the super famous The Carpenters, right? This family group. Fantastic musician, singer, songwriter, and widely acknowledged as one of the best drummers we've ever seen.
Love Karen Carpenter.
But that's not actually why I think of Karen. I think of Karen because the world watched Karen die of anorexia. Yep, huge, massive musical talent, and the world basically watched her get eaten alive by the music industry and the pressures of her career until she died in 1983 of complications from anorexia. And this was a known thing. Like, it was very, very obvious that something was going on, and by the time Karen was making, like, her last public appearances and this kind of last push, there was some concern, but by and large, and you can go and read the story, just no one did anything about it. At one point, she was taken to a doctor, and the doctor said, it's going to take 1 to 3 years to get this under control. So she and her management went, nah, can't do that. We have to keep making money. So she just went and saw a psychotherapist in New York, and it killed her. Right? That decision killed her. That decision to do the bare minimum, basically not get involved because they needed money. They needed the Carpenters to keep going. She died, right? She didn't get that intensive treatment that she needed. So essentially the world watched and consumed until she died. It's arguable that maybe there was more concern then, because you can go and find articles, right? Especially towards the end. People were like really, really, really alarmed by the way Karen Carpenter looked. And a couple people would ask questions, but it was more like a shame thing. It wasn't like a, wow, why are we doing this? This is horrible. So it would be really nice if this time around we could change this. Change the conversations that we're having. Put pressure on the people behind Ariana who are empowering this to happen again, who have to keep the money machine going on the backs of the women that they're destroying. Because it would be nice to not have another person wrecked like this, because that's where we're headed.
Yeah, it's a very it's a very sad situation, because that, in my opinion, is what is happening here and has been happening for a long time, that Ariana Grande has an eating disorder. And I do think that one problem we run into is that now in this age, in this day and age where we are more sensitive, where we are more cognizant of how commenting on women's bodies, on just people's bodies in general, is often very harmful and is something that we really should not do. I think that can be used, that can have an adverse effect, right? There's nitpicking, there's sincere worry, right? There's being respectful, and there's and people often will bring up Chadwick Boseman, who was secretly really sick with cancer. And when he had stepped out in the months before he died, he was skinny and looked unhealthy, and people commented on it. And then it turns out that Chadwick Boseman had stage 4 cancer and he died. And so after Chadwick Boseman, there was kind of this almost like agreement online of people being like, stop badgering celebrities or public figures, who don't look that healthy, because you never know what's going on, type of thing. They were accusing him of being on drugs. Right. This happened again recently with the actor who plays Mother's Milk in The Boys, where he, from, what was it, season 5? In whatever the last season was, he looks very different because he's lost, at least it looks like he's lost a lot of weight. See, we're only season 4. Okay, so between seasons 3 and seasons 4. And a lot of people were talking about it online, and then people were doing the, hey, we said after Chadwick Boseman that we're not going to do this anymore. Like, remember Chadwick. And I think, like, yes, there is of course that point that's true, which is we don't know what's happening in people's lives. And, I think a lot of people who I think there are people who mean well, and then I think there are people who are just fucking assholes. Same with Dave Bautista. That happened to him too, where there's like, oh, this person has lost weight, like noticing it, and then there's, oh, they must be on drugs, or this looks unhealthy, or just like waging this whole fucking crusade. But with Ariana put out that statement last year asking people to not comment on her body, that she was healthy, but I feel like that just gave people ammunition to attack anyone who expressed genuine concern. Right. So there's the like coddling nature of, not coddling, it's it's like being extra sensitive and trying to be what seems considerate and respectful, but it actually can just be can provide an excuse for someone who actually really is unhealthy. And the thing is Ariana's not some random girl that you go to high school with who has an eating disorder. She's one of the biggest celebrities in the world. If she is pretending that she is healthy, and her fans, hypersensitivity, yeah, if her fans are pretending that she is healthy because that's what she's saying, and because they're basically like, stop coming after her, leave her alone, right? Get a job, leave her alone. Then that is dangerous too. To, you know, for those of us who were alive in the 90s and early 2000s, when all of these skinny, but like unhealthy eating disorder, skinny celebrities were pasted all over the magazines. And I remember being in junior high and then in high school and seeing these super skinny celebrities and like being, you know, basically looking at it as like, oh, that's what I should look like. I don't look like that. That's what I should look like. And this is being prized. Like, this is being held up as something to aspire to. I mean, how many fucking times have we heard the line, nothing tastes as good as skinny feels? It was like God had said those words herself. Nothing tastes as good as skinny feels, which is what Kate Moss said back in the 90s. And that is a line that has been used over and over and over again. It's been quoted over and over and over again. It's on t-shirts. Bethany Frankel's Skinny Girl Margarita. Nothing tastes as good as skinny feels. Like it created an entire culture of have an eating disorder because no food will ever be better than being super skinny. My mom would say you can't be too thin or too rich in the 90s. And the truth is that thin bodies have never gone out of style. It's just that when you had the Kardashians come into the picture and they were really curvy and they like started this trend of really, you know, having these curvy bodies and then people were getting like BBLs and whatnot. And then you had the body positivity movement that women started as a way to be inclusive and to, you know, to show that like all bodies are different, blah, 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 blah. But thinness never went away. It's not like, oh, skinny is no longer desired. That never happened. And that is still something where, you know, really awful people online who will, like, fat shaming never went away. Let's be real, okay? And fat shaming is for anybody who isn't stick thin. Like, really, I'm sure most of us have either been fat shamed or seen someone be fat shamed who has the exact same body type that we have. I remember reading an article where fashion designers were bemoaning having to make clothes for plus size people and couldn't wait for the body positivity fad to be over. Yeah, I remember that. Jeanette McCurdy talked quite a bit about the pressures on the Nickelodeon set in her book. I can't remember if she ever talked with Ariana about her problems, though. She was bulimic and ashamed of that. Oh, yeah. I mean, Jeanette McCurdy, oh, my God. That was, she had a very, very serious eating disorder that was exacerbated by her, very overbearing mother. And also the industry that she was in from a really young age. Fat shaming is super prevalent even in progressive circles. Yeah, I mean, I've been guilty of like, oh, this is someone who's a terrible person, and like cracking a joke that is absolutely, you know, making fun of their weight type thing. And I think it's something that it doesn't matter if, you know, it doesn't matter if you're on the left. Like, we're still guilty of perpetuating these social norms. And as long as I've been alive is and even before I was alive, like making fun of someone because they were fat. And, you know, fat body equals unhealthy, skinny body equals healthy is the commonly held belief, right? There are still so many people who truly believe that a skinny body equals healthy and an overweight body equals unhealthy. I got fat shamed when I was actually unhealthily skinny for my height and whatnot. Now that I've gained weight, I still get fat shamed no matter what. It will happen unless you're skinny in bones, and then they'll shame you for being too skinny. Right. And this is the problem, is that it's constant scrutiny and criticism of your body. And that's one thing that, you know, we want to stay away from, where, okay, here's this celebrity who's overweight and people shame them and say, you know, just say all sorts of horrible things. And then they lose weight, and then people say all sorts of horrible things about them still. So for a lot of people, it does feel like, okay, you can't win no matter what. A lot of medications make you gain weight. So literally being healthier could come with weight. I remember seeing a TikTok post one time of this woman who's like, I run 5 miles every day. I eat really clean. I take really good care of myself, and I'm 20 pounds overweight type of thing. And it was trying to just spread awareness that there are many reasons that someone is overweight that doesn't have to do with being unhealthy. And that is like between you and your doctor. Okay, there's a lot of things that people love to get themselves involved in that is between an individual and their doctor. Lizzo haters mad that they can't fat shame no more. And my whole thing with Lizzo is like, there's a lot to criticize Lizzo on, okay? I don't need to talk about Lizzo's weight one way or the other. I'm a big girl now, but when I was skinny, it was like there's always someone skinnier. So either way, I got shamed for it. The other thing too is like eating disorders are just such a huge part of our fucking culture. And I don't just mean eating disorders where you either have anorexia or bulimia. Like eating disorders go both ways. It is just this really unhealthy relationship that we have with food. And it's so normalized. I mean, seriously, I'm hard pressed to find someone in my life who does not have an eating disorder. Male and female. It really is something, when I think about it, most people who I know have an unhealthy relationship with food. And it's just so normalized, and it's so prevalent. Men do not admit or recognize their eating disorders. Yeah, I mean, this is something that like I've gotten frustrated with both Will and Hassan about, that they don't recognize. And again, I'm not saying that you can't work out, and that's great, okay? I'm both of them need that for their mental health reasons and blah, 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 and whatever. But there's also, there is this thing I've noticed. There's this thing I've noticed where it's like not recognizing when something is also not healthy. Where when you are constantly weighing and tracking and obsessing and like, Will, you know, if he doesn't work out for 2 days, he's like, well, I'm fat again. And I look at him, I'm like, you have a literal 6-pack. He said this when we were in North Carolina. I was like, no, I don't like go along with this, okay? I'm sick and tired of it. I'm so tired when you go, I'm so fat. And he'll say it like, I'm fat again. Like it's a common thing where he's like, yeah, I know. I mean, like it's a fact. And I'm like, no, you're not. He goes, no, I know my body. I'm fat again. I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're not. You have body dysmorphia. You have a warped perception of what your body looks like. And same with Hassan. Like the two of them bonded because they said they were both fat kids, you know, and they're fat kids at heart, and they're both obsessed with working out, and they have like these demons from having been fat kids, and they never want to be fat kids again. It really is a former fat kid thing. And I'm sure if that's you understand that. Like, I'm really sick and tired of seeing TikTok posts. Like, I saw one that was so heartbreaking, and it was this guy, and he posted a photo from when he was a fat teenager, and then he posted a photo of him like now as his glow up, and he's like, he was so mean in this TikTok. He was like, this kid was, you know, disgusting, and he was saying all these horrible things about his younger self. And here's the thing, okay? It doesn't matter how much you work out, how much you fix your body, and not to get all, you know, self-help book here, but working out, eating right, you will still be plagued by like the mental of it, of having struggled with your weight and hating yourself. And even when you know, have your glow up, or you work out and lose weight or whatever, that is not like it's not necessarily healthy, because you have such disdain and such hatred for your former self, and there's that part of you that's still in there. So if you don't work out one day, or if you have, you know, a heavy meal, then those feelings of self-hatred come flooding back. We're so cruel to our younger selves. And I'm this way, not about, like, I've struggled with this of being cruel to my former self, not because of my weight, but for other reasons. But it is something where, like, because to the culture of working out and being fit, and especially with men, and we've talked a lot about the manosphere, but it's not just these like red-pilled dudes. It's the culture in general of, yeah, if you simply work out, then you are healthy. Then you have fixed your problems, and this is something that you can control, and it's all good, and there's nothing that you have to worry about health-wise if you're doing something that society calls healthy. Now you're fighting bad habits that you developed over many years and trying to build new healthy habits. That's not what I'm talking about, okay? I'm having bad habits and fixing those bad habits is not the same thing as having body dysmorphia. It's not the same thing as having like mental, a mental health disorder where you literally perceive yourself in a very hateful way, and that is a part of you. And so you're driven to obtain this body, but you never feel truly happy with yourself, right? Because, okay, here's how I look at body positivity. Body positivity isn't, oh yeah, everybody be fat and that's an ideal world. That's not what body positivity is. Body positivity is having a positive relationship with your body. And there are people at all sizes who do not have healthy relationships with their bodies. Call me insane. You can eat healthy without obsessively count calories. It's not rocket science. Yeah. There's this really weird dynamic where some skinny fit people, especially former fat people, love to shit on fat people. It's just an easy out group that they can pick on to feel better. And it's because they were picked on. They're like, yeah, people picked on me when I was fat because fat is bad. And so now that I'm not fat, like, I turn around and because fat people also, it's a thing where, like, when you're being made fun of, you also make fun of yourself because it's a way to, like, try to gain back some power and control, Like, for me, I always would try to be the first to make a joke about me being Asian because I knew that other people were going to make that joke. So I was like, oh, if I make those jokes first, then they don't have any power over me because I said it first. And it was also a way to, like, fit in by saying really terrible things about Asian people because that's what others were doing, and I didn't want to, like, be a loser. I think it stems from a feeling of overcoming that challenge and looking at others like they're lazy. It creates a lot of vitriol and a lack of fat acceptance, which is a massive proportion of our population in the U.S. Regardless, you have to come to terms with your body to feel comfortable. Right. And I am not somebody who encourages being unhealthy. And that goes for if you have a very skinny body and you're not healthy, or if you are, extremely overweight and it's a serious toll on your health. Like I do believe that health is important, but I believe that throughout our life, we will struggle with our relationship to ourself, and that includes our relationship with our body. And I think that that's the first step in body positivity, is establishing a relationship with your body where you do not loathe yourself. And I'm sure all of us, like, there's things that we want to change, and oh man, I wish that I could whatever. But if you just like have such hatred that is, for whatever reasons, like you were bullied or you struggled with food when you were younger, and it buries itself deep down in you, and then it manifests in really unhealthy ways, like something such as body dysmorphia, like an eating disorder, then that's not something that I encourage. I think people only imagine eating disorders to be the very extreme end of it. They don't think about how it looks on a mild case. Right. Like an eating disorder is not somebody who sits there and eats 12 pizzas in a row, or somebody who, sits there and eats 1 almond a day. That is the extreme end of eating disorders. But when I say that, like, almost everyone I know has an unhealthy relationship with food, has had some type of eating disorder in their life, it's not people who have like extreme bulimia or anorexia or extreme, struggle with extreme overeating. It's, it can look like so many different things. It really is a spectrum. Do you think it's healthier to strive for body positivity or body neutrality, trying to love your body no matter your size, or trying to not focus on your size at all and be thankful for your health? I really believe that this comes down to okay, oh my fucking God. You know what? Giggle Goblin, you are pissing me the fuck off. I am timing you out for a week. And if you keep acting a fucking fool, I'm going to ban your ass because you've been consistently annoying. Goodbye. Anyway. What was I talking about? Somebody said body positivity, body neutrality. I think that health is the most important thing. And if you are healthier 10 pounds over what you think you should be at, or what if your body doesn't look the way that you think is ideal, but you are healthy, then I think that is the best way to approach all this. Like, I am never going to be someone who prioritizes who says you should prioritize how you look over being healthy. I think the issue is a lot of people conflate body positivity with being in denial of health concerns. Right. And that's not the case. People go, oh, body positivity is fat people being like, everyone should be fat because being fat is being fat is the like ideal body type. It's the same people who would be like, go woke, go broke, right? It's the same people who would scream about blue-haired bisexual non-binary people. You know what I mean? Hexing, thank you for the 15 months. Hogan, thank you for the gifted sub. Cooper, thank you for the 11 months. Clopez, thank you for the 27 months. Leigh Bush, thank you for the 4. Anyway. Anyway, look, it is something that's normal to struggle with your relationship with your body and yourself. And by normal, I mean most of us, I think, most of us have these struggles because of how we've been conditioned, because of what society, the pressures that are put on us. So you are not alone in those struggles. But I think what should be pushed back on, what shouldn't be normalized, is that the best body is the skinniest body. Don't mean to derail, but I just want to say I love the LMK pod. Oh, thank you. You and Sam are so damn funny. It's been a blast. We just filmed the first Patreon episode last night. Saw a friend tonight who had gained weight, and I was happy because she was so damn skinny. She literally broke her hip while running. Her new boyfriend supporting her being balanced. She has a bunch of better balance of weight, muscle mass. Yeah, that's great. Like one example I'll give, and I only say this. I would never say these otherwise. But Will and Hassan have both been open about having body dysmorphia, and they talk about this stuff all the time. Like I will only ever talk about something that someone else has already talked about. But for Will, for instance, like when he was doing Camp Canute, I told him, I was like, okay, this is not sustainable. And I'm worried that when you are no longer doing Camp Canute, that you are going to go back to like loathing. It's like, because Camp Canute, he just kept saying like, I've never had this low percent of a body fat. I've never like looked this good, blah, 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 blah. It was so intense. But Will's a guy who, he will like be really obsessive with how he eats, and then he'll binge and not be as cautious, will give in to what he calls his inner fat kid, and then will like feel really badly about it and will, say like, oh, I'm fat again. And this is a flip-flop. This happens, every couple of days type of thing. And Hassan is very similar. Yeah, it's a very easy pattern to fall into. I know that there are probably a lot of people who relate to this. It's a very slippery slope. And ultimately, it's why like you need to strive for having a positive and loving of a relationship with your body as you can have, or else it's just this like lifelong, one day I feel really good and the next day I fucking hate myself and we're so back, it's so over, right? The starve binge cycle. Yeah. As a dude, it's very smart to call out some of these behaviors as disordered eating, like it's good to call it being on the spectrum of eating disorders. Right. And because, a lot of like men are, there's this culture of dudes working out and being fit, and especially with content creators and blah, blah, blah. I think it's also important to talk about the fact that disordered eating is not gendered. And there are a lot of men, and especially men, who are fitness influencers who are promoting things that are not necessarily very healthy. And it's because, like, when we think of an eating disorder, we think of, I think we think of women struggling with eating disorders. You know, when you think of, especially celebrities, right? I think female celebrities, because they have been so photographed and hounded and harassed by the media. You know, Nicole Richie, Paris Hilton. I mean, there would be pages and pages and pages and pages about how anorexic they were. I'm not trying to maliciously label people with eating disorders. I'm trying to get people to see it so they can heal from it. Oh yeah, no, that's I think we all get that. And this is also something where, like, again, most of us have some. Most of us, especially if you live, especially, I want to be clear. Like in the United States. Okay. I know most of my viewers here are North America. Let's just say in the West. Okay. We have an unhealthy relationship with food. And so it's more normal, even though it shouldn't be normalized, but it's more normal than not to have an unhealthy relationship with food, to have some type of disordered eating. It's very common. Yeah, it's very common. It's on a spectrum, not, you know, when we talk about eating disorders, when we talk about disordered eating, we're not talking about, like I said, just the most extreme ends of it. It's encouraged. Oh yeah, yeah. Soul Bar, thank you for the prime. Extreme fad diets are very gendered. Oh, dude, when I was in high school, we've had this conversation before, but when I was in high school, Special K, the Special K diet was one that every girl was doing. It was like very marketed to women. There were just so many of these crash diet fads that every girl in high school was promoting ketamine. Yeah, Special K, where honestly quite genius of Kellogg to be like, yeah, if you only eat Special K, you'll be skinny. And every mom and their daughter in America went, great, I can eat this sugary cereal and look like Kate Moss. I'm in. Genius marketing, really. I mean, evil, but it was everywhere. The Special K diet was everywhere. I did it. I tried it. But I would basically like eat the Special K and then eat regular meals too. Yeah. The standards for men's bodies have gone up with all the influencing, so now men have the same problems. Yeah. You know, when we watch movies from the 80s and the 90s and you see what the ideal male body was, you see like what Bruce Willis looked like, you know, a guy who was like one of the biggest action stars, and then you compare it to what any given male actor looks like in a comedy film today. We're not just talking Marvel. We're not just talking Marvel films. We're talking like any fucking movie. I remember seeing Jonathan Bailey working out 3 hours a day to do some it wasn't Wicked. It was like some comedy film. You know? And now you have like all the nerds. I mean, no matter what your archetype is in Hollywood, now it's all like ripped bodies. Yeah, and I love that Mac from It's Always Sunny, when he was talking about, oh yeah, no, it's easy to get this body. Oh, as long as you do, and then he lists out this whole paragraph where his point was, this is insane. Like, this is crazy. And no, this is not something that you should think is that you should be like, oh yeah, anybody can do that. We don't recognize they're the same problems because they manifest differently for men. Definitely not talked about enough. Yeah. They yeah. I am going to be the I'm going to be the advocate speaking out on behalf of men who have eating disorders and it is not being acknowledged. I am going to be like that person who is like, hey, just because you're a dude doesn't mean that disordered eating is something that is not applicable to you. Rob McElhenney was asked whether his wife liked him more as Fat Mac or Ripped Mac, and he said Fat Mac. Ripped Mac was always hungry and angry. Oh my god, is this an old Special K ad? Oh my god.
Overdone it this Christmas? Then why not try the Special K Drop a Jean Size 2-week challenge? Over 2.5 million people tried it last year. 2 meals, 2 bowls, 2 weeks.
Oh my god.
Have Special K or Crunchy Nut for breakfast and again for lunch or dinner for 2 weeks, and you too could drop a jean size.
Wow. That's why, look, I know a lot of people were really mad at Rob Pattinson because they thought that Batman should look more ripped. But I kind of love that Rob Pattinson was like, I'm not going to fucking work out. He was like, no, I'm not going to be in the gym for 4 fucking hours a day. I'm emo Batman. I'm like moody. I'm moody, lean Batman. Yeah, he's like, no, I'm not gonna fucking do that. He said spray on the abs like in Twilight. I know. Anyway, let me just say, to be clear, like, I have no problem if you love the gym. And I will say too, when it comes to Will's manic depression, the gym is one way that he really keeps that under control, because the gym gives him a sense of control. So like, I of course acknowledge that there are really positive aspects to having a consistent schedule where you work out and get exercise and move your body around. And in fact, I need to do that more because I'm the last 2 years of streaming, I have absolutely developed unhealthy habits, and my body has taken a bit of a beating from being hunched at a desk. And when I do, when I am good about being consistent with getting exercise, I feel better when I'm sitting here at my desk. Has his plantar's fasciitis I always read his plantar's fascism affected his working out. No, I think he's fine. As someone who's manic depressive and someone who shares a lot of issues with Will, he's a massive inspiration to me, and I'm glad. And he is very inspirational. He's great, but he has, he's got his struggles, and I remind him many times. I'm like, oftentimes you say things that are not healthy, and you don't want to you don't want to normalize this and make it seem like it's okay to talk about yourself this way. And I've seen it sometimes when he'll say like, oh, I'm really fat. And I see people respond and they're like, dude, you're not fat. And I'm like, Will, imagine how people who think that your body is like incredible feel when you say I'm so fat and you don't mean it as a joke, when you mean it sincerely. And they're like, oh, if that's fat, then I'm like, no, it's not fat. In his mind, that is fat. Negative self-talk affects people beyond yourself. Oh yeah. What does that make me, brother? Yeah. But anyway, anywho, how's Farley's fitness journey going? He is addicted to walks. He is addicted to walking. He can't stop. Okay. Let's look at what I got here. I have this second thought video on Elon Musk. I have there is a I think I wanted to watch this Connor VA video on Iron Mouse. There's just I really have to pee too. I have to pee. Here, I'll pull up this video. Because I watched the beginning of it.
This video is going to be a long-winded rant, and if you like that, welcome. Come join the Angry British Man. And if not, don't worry, my normal videos will resume after this one. I just had to talk about this. I feel like online lately, it has been a miserable experience for any of us to be online, and I actively feel that my mental health gets drained slowly using any online platform, especially my personal case, Twitter. I think Twitter allowing people to make money from ads is probably one of the worst changes to any platform in history. Sure, I get $20 here and there for tweeting a funny picture of my giant monkey behind me, but there are those who use it to spread misinformation, lies, just make stuff up, spew absolute vile hatred stuff. It's pretty horrible experience to use it now, as Twitter seems to feel like it only wants outragement bait or tweets that'll make people angry. And if you're not seeing that, you're seeing somebody get killed. So it's really just a miserable experience overall. And don't get me started on TikTok and Instagram, which are famous for their brutal comments. And I wouldn't really even use the word brutal, because I think brutal can sometimes mean there's a bit of honesty and fun there, but I would say it's just cruel. Like, just being online right now is cruel. It feels like nobody has any respect for each other. But I don't think I've quite lost as much faith in the internet as I have until now. But look, I'll be honest. This video is about one thing. It's about the weird blanket hatred towards VTubers. I've seen a massive hate train against Iron Mouse, which I don't understand. And I know that you guys aren't the ones doing this. You guys watching this video are very normal and well-adjusted people, and I appreciate it.
See, but that's the problem, because the not normal and not well-adjusted people need to watch this fucking video. And they need to, like, not just this video, but like anybody calling out bad behavior needs to be listened to by the people who are committing the bad behavior. And let me tell you, there's a lot of fucking bad behavior all over the place on this platform, okay? And the way that male streamers talk about female streamers, the way that male viewers that I've seen online talking about female streamers as well, is disgusting. I am sick and fucking tired of it. And unfortunately, the people who need to hear this and need to understand why their language is dehumanizing, why it takes away female streamers' autonomy and success, and just you know, it does not allow them to exist. The people who need to understand this are the ones who are not listening. And I'm really exhausted by it. Honestly, I'm exhausted by it. I know a lot of people are exhausted by it. It is, as a female streamer, and we'll watch the whole video, but and this is the Iron Mouse situation is a different situation from other situations, but there is still this there is still a through line through all of this, where the way that the hate that Iron Mouse is getting for being successful, and that is like being successful, being, you know, the only female streamer to have achieved the streamathon or subathon that she achieved, which puts her in the league of Ludwig and Kai Cenat, and you know, she's up there. She's accomplished something that is quite remarkable and incredible, and she's not allowed to have that success because why? That's the question, right? And I know the answer to that question, and you guys do too. But that's what, like, those inquiries need to be had by the people who are responsible for this bad behavior. Why do you think that it is acceptable to say these things about somebody like Iron Mouse, but not Kai Cenat? And why do you think that Iron Mouse is not deserving of her success, but not somebody like Ludwig? And I'm thankful for people like Connor, who I know he's very good friends with Iron Mouse, but he made a whole video to call out this bad behavior. And I have said this over and over again. It sucks, but men have to do this. When female streamers are being sexually harassed, when just, you know, all the shit that women deal with, I wish that us talking about it would be would make the change that we hope to see. But there are a lot of men who will only listen to other men, and men have to hold other men accountable. They do. Unfortunately, the men who need to hear it want to hear it from a man. Right. Like, I am well aware that Hassan talking about sexism and misogyny is going to be, for a lot of people, more effective than me talking about it. And I don't just mean because he has a bigger audience or a bigger platform. It's, you know, obviously, yes, he has both those things, but it's it's an unwillingness to listen to the, you know, the person who's being affected by this behavior. Anyway.
But there are a lot of people online that seem to just have fun ruining other people's lives. I don't understand it. Now, you're probably wondering, why am I bringing all of this
I would rather a smaller creator get the nomination. Wait, for what?
up? Well, don't worry. It'll all make sense. Just get along for the ride and listen to the weird British man rant at you. You see, in 2024, Iron Mouse broke the all-time sub record on Twitch. It was a massive achievement. It was, I'm sure, an amazing and an inspiring moment for all of us, as well as
you're
Mouse.
in a different
Unfortunately,
convo.
probably what you didn't see was the deluge of vile comments, disturbing threats, and just overall hatred towards Mouse. And I'd love to tell you that this all started here and it's pretty much gone with now, but sadly this is a thing that has been going on for a very, very long time. And this is not just for Mouse. VTubers in general have had to deal with a lot of shit just for being an anime girl or boy on the internet. So let's go back in time a little bit so that we can better understand the full scope of this mess. Yes, you got me. This is a video about me defending my friend. 100%. I'm not even trying to hide that. But I also just want to bring a tiny bit of attention to the level of normalized hate that is just for some reason acceptable. And hopefully that, you know, maybe this video can make a tiny bit of a change. Because what some of these creators have to endure is on a level that I've never seen before on the internet. And I've been here for a very long time. 4 years ago, VTubers had a massive explosion in popularity here in the West. Now, obviously, they've been around in Japan for a while because this is very Japanese coded. But, you know, 4 years ago, they blew up and people started getting into them. However, there was a lot of pushback from people like me included who were kind of like, what is this? I don't know what this is. But I like it, but I don't know. Yeah, I don't know, gotta see. And I'm sure any VTuber who was around in this era could tell you the amount of hatred that was given out towards VTubers. Like, why are you using a voice changer? Are you a man? Are you an AI, perhaps? You know, pretty uninspired, insulting comments. And during this boom is when a lot of people found iMouse as well. Now, iMouse had actually been streaming a long time before this as well, but it wasn't until this moment where a lot of VTubers were on Twitch and kind of getting great viewership. Now, obviously, VTubers choose to be represented by an avatar for a multitude of reasons, but for Mouse, it was for anonymity, which is why most VTubers do it. And now, look, I cannot talk for Mouse. You know, Mouse is her own person, but, you know, Mouse has been sick for a very long time with a multitude of illnesses, but the main one being primary immune deficiency. Primary immune deficiency is slightly different to autoimmune diseases that you might have heard about. Autoimmune diseases are where your immune system kind of attacks itself, whereas primary immune deficiency means that your immune system just doesn't work or doesn't work very well. And I'm sure a lot of my viewers are familiar with this because I'm always raising money for charities that want to find cures and support people with primary immune deficiencies. I mess it up all the time. When you have a really bad case of primary immune deficiency, it means that stuff like vaccines don't work on you. It means that you're worried about getting sick constantly from everything. Whereas maybe you and I could eat a bunch of dirt, maybe going even near dirt or someone who's slightly ill 20 feet away could easily get you sick or give you a bad case of pneumonia. This disease means that Mouse pretty much can't interact with anyone and can't leave her room. And even if she wanted to, Mouse was disabled for a very long time and has slowly started to regain the ability to walk thanks to being able to finally support premium healthcare. Yay, love America! So this meant the only human contact that Mouse got was pretty much talking to her parents or very close family who she was kind of already adjusted to, and family who understood about the disease and took precautions. And look, I know this is a lot of information, but what I'm trying to get at is that you can only imagine how crushingly lonely this must be. Imagine not being able to leave your room. Yes, we were all there during COVID, but we at least knew that it was probably going to end at some point. And I'm sure many of you knew, me included, that this was awful for our mental health. Not being able to see the people that you care about or interact with friends or just have a casual interaction with a cashier person is interactions that I'm sure all of us missed. And it was thanks to VTuber technology getting so much better and more accessible that Mouse was able to stream like me or like you or like any other big streamer. It was a level playing field. And on top of that, if you were a more artistically inclined person, you could show off your artistic skills by, you know, I don't know, costume design or singing or lore or voice acting. There's so many more facets to it than me raging at Jump King. It's talent, okay? And one of the best clips of Mouse's early career is when she's trying to raise money to get a new medical bed. Basically, normal beds, not good. They don't offer you support. They don't allow you to, like, you know, go like lie upright. Basically, a lot more support. She asked her viewers if they'd be willing to donate towards that, and within minutes, they'd smash that goal.
I don't like to call my bed my bed. I don't like calling it my bed. It makes me feel very embarrassed. It makes me feel not so good. So I like to call my bed my workspace because that's where I am all the time. Fox, thank you so much for the pedally. God damn it! Now what are you doing? Now thank you so much for the dono. Thank you.
And I think a lot of people forget that Mouse didn't used to stream long. Mouse used to only stream for like an hour or two at a time and then would go offline to take medication. But now feels comfortable enough to take the medication and still keep streaming, which I think is an amazing thing and something that the outpouring support has allowed her to do. And obviously VTubers do more than just talk and play crappy games like me. Some of them have god-tier singing skills. We all know that Mouse was training to be an opera singer and sounds incredible.
If you could look at me once more.
Insane. insane.
Combine that with aesthetically pleasing designs that are constantly changing, and it's no wonder that VTubers eventually had their boom. Now, obviously, Twitch and YouTube have always been very gamer-centric and gamer-focused, and gamers aren't exactly known for being the most chill and reasonable people. Look, I was a Call of Duty kid. If I said the things that I said in those lobbies and they were recorded, I would not be here today. I would not have a career. Or any career. I was toxic, okay? Now look, I've been a content creator for 10 plus years online. It's been my entire adult life. I've been doing this for so long that I'm a fossil in internet years. And even before that, I would pretty much only spend my time on the internet. And it was normal that as a
Bro, he's a fossil, but I think he's still younger than I am.
creator that you would get some kind of hatred towards you, or some people who would just blindly write mean comments. It was part of the job. Doesn't mean it's a good part or that we should accept it, but it's just kind of how it was.
He's 28. Oh my God. Well,
and because every creator would get a bunch of hate comments here and there was kind of a mutual respect amongst creators that you wouldn't just blindly insult each other for no reason. You wouldn't insult someone you didn't know or you didn't have beef with. It was
you're real world old. He's internet old. Okay, I am not real world old, but I understand what you're saying. No, he's a fossil as far as, you know, having done this for over a decade and being almost 30.
a thing that you could expect because that's how normal people behave. However, nowadays it kind of feels like that's not the case anymore. It feels like it's kind of encouraged or okay to punch down and make fun of other creators that you don't like or you think that something's weird about them. And this has happened a lot with VTubers. For example, in 2022, a massive TikTok creator, Noah Glenn Carter, made a video mocking the fact that people wanted to meet Mouse virtually. Here you go.
This might be the saddest video on the internet. So I want you to take a look at all these people. They were all trying to get the attention of a monitor. Basically, that's a popular VTuber on the monitor that was virtually attending an anime convention. And this whole crowd of people were following the monitor in hopes that they could get a picture with it.
Now, obviously, you and I know that Mouse can't leave her room, and this is the only way that Mouse can walk around a convention.
Like, bro, you're on TikTok. Shut up.
Or see any of her viewers, or any of those viewers can talk to Mouse. It's a rare experience for everyone involved, and an amazing feat of technology that we can even do anything like this. And to his credit, he did apologize.
This is an apology to a creator called Iron Mouse because of this video. Now, in my video on this, I called the video one of the saddest videos on the...
This fucking TikTok voice, I cannot. So this is an apology. It's the same exact tone that he had in the other voice.
Which is completely unnecessary on my part. And Iron Mouse actually responded, clarifying that the people weren't even crowding her, but instead they were crowding somebody named Connor that was there. I'm really sorry to you, Iron Mouse, if you're watching. My video was completely unnecessary. I really hope that my video didn't cause you any kind of negativity or anything. And again, I am so sorry if it did. I will be deleting that video as soon as I post this one.
Yeah, that's good.
First of all,
okay.
Second of all, you didn't think there was going to be any negativity? Yeah. What do you mean by that? And now look, to Noah's credit, he did apologize and take down the video. And I think that needs to be commended, as a lot of people don't have the common decency to do that anymore. But would you not have taken it down if nobody complained? If everyone joined in, haha, let's make fun of it. Would you not have taken it down? Or did you take it down just...
It's giving, like, sorry if you were offended when you've said something offensive. Sorry if you were offended. I didn't realize that anyone would be offensive when I said that thing that is offensive.
Just because people are like, hey man, you're kind of a dick. The reason why I show you this is not because I want to send any hatred. This is 2 years ago. It does not matter. It's over. Do not send hatred towards another creator. And if you do, you're a piece of shit and you should not be here. But why is it now that you can just dunk on something that you don't know anything about, you don't understand, and you didn't bother to research into? Why is that the norm now? Why is it that you just post first and research second? Oh, I got some hate about this. I'll take it down. Don't worry about the other 500 videos where I blindly made fun of people I don't understand. The sad truth now is that it seems like it's okay if you're a large creator to be a dick to anybody you want or don't like or don't agree with. You know...
I would say that this isn't even just being a large creator. This is anyone online. Truly. I mean, how many examples have we looked at of people just being unbelievably fucking mean for no reason? Because that is the culture, okay? That is like what is normalized and encouraged and cool. And people just act online in the most atrocious ways with no consideration whatsoever. And it's not even it runs the it's a spectrum of, yeah, you have people who will like use slurs, okay, and say something that is so egregiously offensive. But then you have other people who are just like, look at this thing, ha ha, aren't these people stupid, right? And it's the whole like, we're all irony poisoned, that everything, you know, any seriousness is treated as cringe and embarrassing. And like, people should be embarrassed just to be alive and enjoying things.
Having a large audience is a huge, huge responsibility. Whether we like it or not, we are influencers. We influence people with our opinions and what we say. I'm sure some people watching this video right now will be influenced by my opinion on all of this stuff. That's how it goes. But for some reason, it's okay now to blindly hate others and send rabid fans to go and attack people and stuff they don't understand. Why? It's hard enough just existing right now. It is horrible living in this year. It is a miserable time to be alive. Why are we making it harder for everyone? And if you're a VTuber, it is kind of just accepted now that you just get this level of blind hatred all the time. It's insane. Why is this okay? Anyway, moving on with the timeline. Since then, Mouse, and I assume most VTubers have...
I hate that we have to use Mouse as a case to get people to understand, because obviously she has the most understandable reason to be a VTuber, but like, who gives a fuck if someone wants to look like an anime girl online? Yes. I hate the fact that Mouse's medical history and her health struggles, and I'm not saying Connor is doing this, but that has to be used as a way to garner empathy for someone who's done nothing wrong, right? Health problems or not, she doesn't deserve to be treated this way. You shouldn't have to like have a you shouldn't have to like have a tragedy or have overcome really difficult obstacles in life to have people like treat you as a human being. And of course it's very admirable and it is very inspirational. And I saw people in chat who were like, as someone who has severe health problems, Mouse has been a light and an inspiration. And yeah, and that's wonderful. But what I'm saying is, it's kind of along the lines of like when men will say, as a father with daughters, I think that this behavior from men is unacceptable. It's like, why do you have to have daughters? Can you just as a human being think that women should not be should not be experiencing harassment and systemic violence? Like, why do you have to be a father with daughters? Why is it that you have to have daughters or you have to have a wife to have empathy?
But to deal with insult after insult, that is normalized.
To have empathy for women and treat them as human beings. Like, why do you need a reason to care? Like, that you have to have a reason? Thank you, Caroline from Women.
For Mouse,
Yes,
personally,
that
this
is me.
level of hatred and vitriol escalated another level when Mouse was nominated for the Game Awards. Now, the Game Awards have this category for Content Creator of the Year. Obviously, this year had a massive amount of very, very big creators that I'm sure we're all familiar with. But to the surprise of Mouse, and to most of us, Mouse got nominated. And this isn't saying that Mouse didn't deserve it. Mouse had an amazing year. Mouse had raised a ton of money for charity, had broken the all-time sub record for a woman on Twitch, and had done just some of the most amazing shit when you consider that Mouse is bedridden and has to have medication every single day that completely changes how any of this would be done, and providing such an
As a man born from a woman.
insane energy to every stream whilst battling a ton of medical issues that are permanent throughout Mouse's life. I think the nomination is deserved, and by some sheer miracle, Mouse had won the award. It was a crazy achievement, and nobody expected Mouse to win, to be honest, because Mouse was by far the smallest creator out of the ones that were nominated.
And the Game Award goes to Iron Mouse. So, Iron Mouse Mouse couldn't be here tonight because Iron Mouse is animated, and sadly, we're not in the Matrix yet.
Obviously, these creators were massive, and a lot of their fans that are watching the Game Awards.
Bro, didn't this happen with who's that Spanish content creator who was nominated and then everyone was like, Rivers, yes. Yeah. And of course, there was outrage that this woman was nominated, and of course you had content creators reacting to this like, I don't know her. It's like, oh, okay, you've never heard of her, so therefore no one knows who she is, and she doesn't deserve to be up there with the big boys. Like, what the fuck, man? Come on.
We're a bit upset
I don't
about
know
Mouse
her.
winning the award. This has led to
Okay, Mariah. Okay, Mariah Carey.
I cannot preface this enough. A constant stream of hatred now that Mouse has had to deal with openly on all of her socials for years now. This is the level of hatred that is normally like, I just gotta show you. I gotta show you. It's like ridiculous. This is 2022. Back when Mouse's comments were pretty normal, I'd say. As you can see here, this is beating Kai. Okay, a little negative and unnecessary, but not that bad. This over Kai. Bro, who are you? You know, it's and luckily at this point, not all the comments are like this, but they're by far the most liked ones. And it only gets worse the closer we get to today. We all came from that Kai video, right? This is #1 streamer. No way blood, this is #1 streamer. This is who gets #1 on Twitch. It's an evil world we live in. And you'd think, okay, maybe...
It is an evil world that we live in. This world is so evil because Iron Mouse was #1 in sub count on Twitch. Evil!
Maybe something happened at the time. This has been pretty much constant until now. Speed and Kai on top. How is the streamer of the year? How is the streamer of the year? This won the award, by the way.
Yeah,
oh, hell
the
no.
dehumanization of this. Yeah, this thing.
2-1, no cap, who's Iron Mouse? Brain rot. This beats Cypher PK. Game Awards are wild. Why did you win? No way this won Creator of the Year. I'm crying. This literally goes on and on. And you'd think, okay, look, it's because Mouse won the Streamer of the Year. It probably stops after that. Oh no. So many people are like, post this on Instagram Reels. Post this on Reels. Oh yeah, great. Because love that. Love being toxic on Instagram. Bro, who are you? I'm begging you, please post this on Instagram. Why do people just want to be so cruel? What the fuck? Just chill the fuck out, man. Who the fuck is watching this? This thing has the most subs on Twitch. How did you beat Kai? No human being on the planet wearing this. Okay, well, I wear it. It's fire. Okay, jeez. On my life, I've never in my entire life seen a single stream. Why do you care? Why? Like, if I just haven't seen something, I just don't interact. I don't understand what has happened where we all feel the need to say our opinion. And
Yeah, let's not forget the hatred that Kaide dealt with, where she didn't even want that. She, after she won, what was it, FPS award or whatever it was, and the amount of vitriol that she received, that she tried to give the award back, and like does best Valorant streamer, yeah, and it took all of the joy and all the good things, because and that's the thing, is like, there are female streamers who, on the one hand, you want to be recognized and you want to, you know, compete with the boys type thing, right? It's just so male dominated in a lot of these categories, and to have female representation is great. But, you know, if you are that woman who is being nominated and God forbid you win, it's almost not worth it because of how much harassment you will receive for that. Cutie has said multiple streamers have asked not to be nominated for Streamer Wars because of the hate. Yes, every year there are new streamers who say, and the reason I'm specifying female is because I know that they are female streamers, and because this is absolutely something that is you know, that often happens to female streamers when they are in male-dominated fields, when they are, you know, seen as taking away a spot from a man who deserves it more. And it's not, you know, it's not worth the harassment for a lot of them. Yeah, it's like you can't have any. I even felt this way when that Kotaku article came out, where Will was very, very excited, and my team messaged me and they were like, "We're so proud of you, blah blah blah." And I knew that there were going to be so many hateful comments, and I looked at it and I was like, "Great, this is just going to bring more harassment my way." And when I talked to Alyssa Mercanti, who had written the piece, she was like, I'm really sorry if this brings more hatred towards you. And I went, yeah, I mean, yeah, it will, but also it's one of those things where it's like, how do we change the culture if we're not a part of it, and if we are scared into not being recognized for our achievements and not being heard for what we have to say. Tarek was disappointed in his community because of the comments towards Kaide. Yeah, because it's vile, and a lot of these streamers are friends with each other, or like, you know, they're friendly with each other. And it is one of those where, as a streamer, if your community is behaving badly, you do have a responsibility. It's one of those where you can't ultimately control what every person is saying and doing. But I do think more streamers need to call out, especially male streamers, need to call out their viewers' behavior and need to support female streamers.
And be like, yeah, guys, we hate this, right? Who cares? You're a loser! This has gone on for months. And it's pretty much just led to Mouse just not posting on TikTok, which I feel is really f***ed up. You can just successfully bully a massive creator off a platform. The reason why this all happened, by the way, is just because Mouse won an award. What? And this is just the stuff that Mouse gets on her own socials. This doesn't include the hatred that she receives from just existing in those posts from those low-tier bait Twitter accounts that post, "Can you believe this cartoon is beating Mars streamer, guys?" And it only escalated once more when Iron Mouse got the all-time sub record on Twitch, which led to a bunch of news articles tweeting about it and people talking about it. And unfortunately, a lot of people were just being blindly hateful. And of course, this level of hatred doesn't just stay on the platforms you'd expect it to. It's also in Mouse's chat. Here is a 85-page document of just some recent bans of people saying the most heinous shit towards Mouse. Now, you're telling me this bitch-ass VTuber surpassed Kai Cenat? God, you know these people are so ugly. Just sad how Sims donate to this crap. This is the bitch that broke Kai's record. I refuse to believe any of you are real human beings. Unless you have less than 60 IQ, no one in this chat is real. I've been watching this shit for 10 minutes.
Also, just side note, if you are a person who talks about IQ, 10 out of 10 times you are actually the biggest dumbass. Anybody who like throws IQ around, talks about IQ, is probably the stupidest person ever.
Minutes, and I want to kill myself. How do people watch this shit, you weirdos? You'll never get on Kai's level. You guys know this is a fat guy, right? Amongst obviously all those insults, a lot of people saying that Mouse is lying about her illness, which, I mean, I don't have to tell you why that's wrong. Like, look at this. This is psychotic. This is f***ed up. How is this okay? And by the way, this is the list, obviously, that doesn't include the N-word bans, or that would be another 20 pages. Because of course it would be. Like if this was my chat,
N-word bans.
I just would not stream. I would just not show up. This is fucked. 100%. I want to make this clear. I'm not blaming any creator. Obviously, we saw a lot of people name dropping Kai, saying how could this lose to Kai and all that stuff. This is not me blaming Kai in any capacity. I think his audience is at the size that is absolutely absurd. And at that level, You can try and tell your viewers, hey man, look, be respectful, which Kai has on numerous times. He's openly praised Iron Mouse and been very supportive towards small creators.
Iron Mouse has always been top 5 all time. She's somebody I had to pass during my first subathon. Now, I know people are defensive. I know a lot of people defend me and shit like that. But Chad, if you actually looked at her stream and actually kept up with what she's doing, you feel what I'm saying? Not only was it for a good cause, but it was pretty well put together.
But obviously, you know, as a creator, you do still have some influence over your viewers. And I think it's important to make sure that when you see this behavior in the community that you call it out. And I'm not entirely sure when this happened on.
Here's what I'll also say too. Because Connor said what I had said as well. We're like, you have a responsibility to call this out. But you also have to look at like, how am I cultivating an audience like this? And that's something that I think most streamers, especially big streamers, they don't care about. I care immensely about my community being reflective of who I am as a person. And I have, you know, worked hard and I love this community. And I'm genuinely proud of this community because I never worry that this is a community that's going to go harass people, that's going to go say horrible things on my behalf, that will target and brigade and be terrible in a way that is not reflective of my values. But I also am aware of the fact that because I'm very particular about how my community is, and because of, you know, that comes from the content that I do, that I won't get to the size of the creators that we're talking about. I do believe that you get to a certain size when you surpass a certain number. I don't know what it is, but I think you lose control over your community if you are trying to cultivate a kind, thoughtful, respectful community. There are some streamers who day one, they don't give a shit, right? It's I just want as many people as possible. I'm not going to ban anybody. I want maximum viewership. And so that means that I will not self-moderate, that I will not have rules, that I will not, ensure that my, that my morals and values as a streamer are being reflected in my community. It's very, very common. I think Hassan does a pretty good job considering how big his community is. I mean, the thing with Hassan is he is a leftist and he preaches good morals. And so people are drawn to him because that's what they, you know, for most of them, it's a commonality. And like they're watching Hassan because they believe the things he believes. Now, Hassan's audience, because they are so large, they they can also like target somebody, and I'm not like, you know, thinking of any specific examples, but his community can get out of control, but I've seen him crack the whip. I've seen him like yell at them and tell them that they need to calm down. And so Hassan is an example of somebody who he is the problem of simply his community is so big that he is such massive viewership that like you lose the intimacy of the community that you have when you are 1/20th the size. It's different when people are attracted to your stream because of politics versus gaming. Right. Exactly. So there is a natural toxicity that comes from playing something like Valorant, where the people who are attracted to that are not necessarily going to be as morally sound or as caring of people as they would if they're attracted to a streamer who is, you know, preaching leftist beliefs. Hassan has more issues with trolls than community members. Yeah, of course. Of course, yeah. And that will happen too, is people who are trolls will like pretend that they're in your community and behave badly because they want that to be reflected on you, because they're not actually a part of your community. But anyway, so I'm yeah, following since today, classic. Fucking classic. But I remember like when Will had first joined OTK and he was getting an influx of OTK viewers. And I'm not saying like Will's community members who also watch OTK. I'm talking about specifically OTK viewers. And there were like a couple times that I saw that I like felt uncomfortable appearing on his stream. You know, after I like finish my stream, I walk over there and say hi. And I know which viewers, I know where those viewers come from who are hostile to me. And he reached a point where I started to get worried, where I'm like, okay, I want him to, you know, I want him to be as big of a streamer as he can be. And he, unlike me, he doesn't look at streaming as like he wants a cap on viewership. I've always viewed streaming as I do not want to be above a certain size, because I never want to feel like I've lost control of the vibes in the community. And it's already hard enough for me to read chat because I'm 100. So there's just a lot of reasons that I am not somebody who's trying to be the biggest streamer possible. I'm not trying to, have, oh, what viewership do you want? I want the biggest viewership possible. And I'm very happy. No, I'm very, very grateful for my success on this platform. But I remember when Nick told me, he was like, you're really smart, you're a really great streamer, you're really entertaining, but you're limiting yourself with the content that you do. And I said, great. I'm aware of that. And I've only become more aware of that the longer that I've streamed. And I said, Nick, I'm not like you. I look at streaming in a different way than you do. I want different things out of streaming than you do. And he was like, oh, okay, well, then you're fine. But Nick was viewing it the way that he would view his stream, which is you are limiting your growth on Twitch because of how specific your content is. And I was like, yeah, I'm aware of that. But also, that's not me like crapping on Nick. That's me saying Nick was, trying to be helpful as I had started streaming, and was like offering advice as someone who is one of the biggest streamers on the platform. And I said, Nick, I don't treat my stream the same way that most streamers do, especially like big streamers do. And I also I'm in my 30s. I just started doing this. I'm not I don't want to approach this where I feel like I'm just in a constant fucking rat race. I dealt with that enough in entertainment. I don't want to feel like I'm just constantly having to bigger and better myself. So I will take tech advice though. He's in a completely different genre of streams. Right, but he looks at someone like you know what I think it is though? I think people get confused because they see Hassan's size and they're like, wait a second, Hassan talks about politics. They go, okay, so you're not doing something correct here, or you could be bigger, but you must be doing things that are limiting you. Very interesting take on this. Would your stance be different if there wasn't as much toxicity? Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think I think the harassment, look, it's one of those things where when you're bigger, you have a bigger following, so you have more people to defend you, to like fight your battles online, to like you just by your size, it gives you power, right? Having a bigger community gives you more power. Does put a bigger target on your back, but it's kind of okay, so do you want that bigger size following? Do you want more people, even if it means a bigger target on your back? And with the way that things are with doing politics on Twitch, and with me being a woman, I do not think that I don't think that I have it in me to deal with having a bigger target on my back, because I already have dealt with a target on my back, and it has been very difficult. It has been challenging. So, but that's not like the only reasons why, as I just stated, I approached streaming in a different way. A lot of it is mental. A lot of it is very mental, because when you are someone who looks at streaming as I just have to get bigger because bigger equals better, then it's hard to feel happy. It's hard to feel fulfilled, because you're constantly chasing something that's always going to be out of reach, because you're never going to reach you're never going to reach it, right? You can always be bigger and therefore better, if that's the way that you look at it. Yeah, and some people, the most important thing for them is having massive viewership. And look, massive viewership brings clout. It brings respect, because people look at you and you're the top dog. It was very interesting, because I watched Will go through this. And Will is someone who, you should like that guy no matter what size he is as a streamer. But when Will was in his early years of streaming, people treated him differently than they treat him now. And even still, there are definitely people who don't treat him with the respect that he deserves, because he's still not a certain size as a streamer. And I hate that shit. I really do. I'm not kidding you. I burnt out so hard from that type of environment in the entertainment industry that when I got to streaming and I really had to like think about, okay, what do I want to get out of this? What are my goals? What do I want to do here? And you go, do I want to be as big of a streamer as I can be? Do I want, people to respect me because I'm a big streamer? Or do I want people to, or do I want respect because of what I'm doing? I mean, respect people regardless. But for me, it's like, I am not the biggest streamer, but I know that what I do, and I know that, the way that I advocate for, people, and especially for women, that has had an impact. And I've had a lot of streamers say to me, I'm really happy and grateful to have you here, because there's not a lot of people who do this, and certainly not a lot of female streamers who are at my size who talk about the things that I talk about. Just being respected as a person would be nice. Yes, just point blank respect as a person. But I mean, it's like, I didn't want it to be people like me because I have 20,000 viewers, right? I'm not in the business of, I'm going to have social currency because I'm the biggest streamer. My fave communities on Twitch are the relatively smaller ones. Yeah, there's a lot of people who say that, and I get that, because if I watched Twitch, I would want to be in a community where I actually felt like I knew the people in that community, that we say hi to each other, that I really feel a part of, I really feel a part of it. It is more intimate. Yeah. And that's how I feel. I mean, I've had this conversation with Sam. Sam was a lifeline, has been a lifeline for me, because there's not a lot of streamers who look at streaming the way that Sam does. And Sam helps me when my anxieties or my insecurities are rearing its head, because Sam has a healthy relationship with content. And she is someone who's like, she also is like, I don't want to be the biggest streamer, and I'm happy with where I'm at. And she genuinely derives fulfillment from her community size. Whereas a lot of streamers I know are constantly plagued by I need to be bigger because bigger is better. And Sam is not one of those people. Sam is not somebody who looks at her worth and looks at her success as I just have to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Sam has legit become my most watched streamer since I found out about her through you. Same vibes. She's amazing. I am very happy to have her as a friend in this community, because I think we're very simpatico, and we, the things that bother us are the same things. The struggles that we have, where we both feel like we know what succeeds. We know what like the metas are, and those are things that we don't want to do. We're like, we feel too tired to do these collabs where they're high energy and loud, and it's all young viewers and they all speak in emotes. And yeah, and there's just like, we both also just do not like drama. We don't. We hate the drama aspect of streaming. How drama is content, and then it's just an Ouroboros of drama reacts, where somebody says something and then somebody reacts to that, and then somebody reacts to that react, and then they react to the react to the react to the react to the react. And that was like, so it's been so great that she is also someone who's like, no, I'm not going to do it. She's like, no, I'm not going to do it. DB, thank you for the 25 months. Thank you for trying to remain as normal as possible in this space, and thank you for the good content always. Yeah, that's what normal. That's what Sam gives me. Sam is not just a friend, but she is so grounded. She's so grounded and so normal compared to most of the people that we are surrounded by in the industry. Yeah. Basically, the Mr. Beastification of streaming, just bigger and more explosive streams that lose their intimacy and core vibe. Yeah, and here's the thing is like, this isn't just big streamers who have this mentality. There are a lot of small streamers, smaller streamers, and also streamers like my size who do not feel satisfied with their success on this platform, because again, it's just when you are looking at streaming as I need to be bigger, because there's always going to be someone that's bigger than you, unless you are Mr. Beast. unless you are Mr. Beast. But there's always going to be someone who's bigger than you, and I just know too many people who really struggle with their self-worth as a content creator because they can't find a balance between wanting to grow, because growth is good. I'm not saying I don't like growth, okay? I'm not saying that I'm like, oh, if 5 more people come in here, I'm going to be pissed. No, there's definitely a number that I like to be at, especially when I'm covering something that I put a lot of time into, a lot of that I think is really important. I'm like, yeah, I would like to see that reflected in the number of people who are here watching. Yeah, unless you're Kai too, right? What was I saying? Sorry. Growth, yada yada. No, I don't hate growth, but I think you need to have I think it's when you don't have a healthy relationship. Tonight, the theme of tonight's stream is trying to have healthy relationships with your body, with your if you are a streamer, with streaming, with the element of streaming that is growing is good, but it shouldn't be the thing that you obsess over, and that if you drop in viewership, or if you are not where you want to be, that it just dominates your you, and you feel terrible and unhappy all the time. Ever since you got that raid from Kai during Chain Together's stream has really blown up. Yeah. I'm surprised Caroline Kwan's title isn't Comparison is the Thief of Joy. Look, cliches are cliches because they are, commonly said, and yet it doesn't mean that they're wrong. And comparison is the thief of joy is a statement that I really do remind myself of over and over and over again. And I'm not perfect. Everybody compares, right? But I say comparison is the thief of joy, and then also I am not in the business of biggering equals bettering. That's what I like. If I were to have a neon sign over my head, oh no, I know you meant it seriously. No, I know. But it's like these sayings that it's like I know that this is like a cliche, or that people say this all the time, but I really do think that there is meaning to be found in, and that's why a lot of people, find meaning in sayings like that. I've noticed the work will set you free heads will get object permanence issues if someone goes offline for a while, make up batshit crazy shit. You shouldn't be a content creator if your first priority isn't content and not numbers. It sucks as a viewer when you find someone you like and you watch them get caught up in it and their priorities flip. Yeah. And I will say, I am empathetic to content creators' frustration with making content that's great and putting a lot into it and not seeing that, not seeing the success be where you want it to be. Permission to hit the bong, Big C, permission granted. I get that. There are a lot of people who put a lot into their content, and it's competitive out here. It's hot out here, right? And not everybody is going to be the biggest streamer. But then it's like, man, I know streamers. I know streamers who have thousands and thousands of viewers, but because they used to have more viewers, or because they're not at, maybe they're at 15,000 viewers and they're not at 30,000 viewers, that they are miserable, that it's the thing that they just can never get away from, and it permeates every aspect of their lives, and it's a tough way to go about things. When his on-stream got smaller after Gaza started, I felt bad because I liked chat better at 22K, and then now, even though for the message and his agenda, I understand. Yeah, I think I think with Gaza, I think it was the feeling of, man, I do wish that more people were listening to this because it's really important. And I know that Hassan, he gets all fucking crazy about viewership, but I think particularly on the issue of Palestine, for that, it's like, I get feeling extra badly about having a viewership drop from that because of the importance of that topic. How do people who agree with you on everything else lack the empathy and logic for Palestine? Yeah, especially in the beginning, right? I'm not talking about, I get it now where some people are like, you know what, I need a little bit of enjoyment. I need a little bit of entertainment in my life. I don't think I can sit here and listen to 3 hours of like the people who were blown up today, right? Like I know I fucking hate it. I am outraged at my government, blah blah blah. But I think it was like the beginning, the first 6 months of Israel-Palestine when viewership dropped, and it was like, oh God, this feels bad because people need to hear this. People need to be aware of this. Ton of streamers that have 60 some viewers raise thousands for charity. We love the heart of a streamer. Yeah, there are amazing streamers of all sizes, and there are shitty streamers, shitty people, shitty people of all sizes as well. It does frustrate me when really big streamers kind of seem to get to a point where they take their success for granted, where they like forget how many people would absolutely would give anything to have an ounce of that success. And I think this is also just what happens with rich people. Like I've worked in various industries with people who are extremely rich, and there is certainly a spoiled spoiled attitude that can come along with having a lot of money. So it's not just like a streamer thing, but it's just a rich person thing in general, where I'm like, oh man, you should fucking hear yourself. You should fucking hear yourself. But with some streamers, I'm like, that's because you became a millionaire when you were like still practically in diapers. All right. You were a child who started making all this money online, and yeah, unfortunately, you have not had the experience of being out in the world and having to work multiple jobs to pay rent and you know, making shit dick, and then now here you are doing a job that requires hard work but is also like a dream job. It's an incredible job to have. And yeah, there's just a lot of it. Yeah, entitlement, selfishness. Comparisons, how's off the comparison is the thief of joy phase now. Mo money, mo problems. I'm glad people came back and started listening again with open eyes about the conflict during those early months. It was rough seeing so many people leave because they refused to believe it was happening in front of their eyes. Yeah. I think a lot of people who went, oh, Israel, Palestine, they either were like, nope, this is too complicated. Nope, that's what I've been told my whole life. Or they felt so strongly that that Israel's the good guys, because I've been told that they are the most moral democracy, the only democracy in the Middle East, and they are our allies. They are our greatest allies. So I'm not going to hear a word of what you have to say here. Have you talked about the ICC charges? Oh, I talked about it before I left out of town. Anyway, let me finish this. This is almost done. Sorry to those who are like, oh my God, there's 1 minute and 18 seconds left.
But it feels like it's okay to just blindly make fun or hate something you don't understand or have not learned anything about. But I guess that is more of a reflection of the current times we live in, because everyone seems to do that all the time. As a creator, I would be embarrassed if I saw my viewers blindly hating on someone else using my name. I would be mortified if I saw that. And the one good thing about all you guys is that I know that you don't do that. And I appreciate that, because you're all cool and you're all normally well-adjusted people, I hope. And look, I'll admit, I don't have a point of this video. I don't have a plan. I was just going crazy looking at all of this open hatred and losing my mind, wondering why this is normal. That was literally it. And that's the reason why I'm making this video. And I kind of wanted to ask if anyone else or any other VTubers or any other even YouTubers, if you've experienced this same kind of level of blind hatred yourself. I would love to hear about it, just so that I know that I'm not going crazy. I hope we can have a civilized...
Should I pause it at 1 second left?
...and good discussion in the comments.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. Blue Kitsune. Thank you so much for... thank you for the bits. Thank you for the 900 bits.
And so with that, I wish you all the best of luck. Don't let these urinal cake eating children distract you from what you want to do in life. Now I'm going to go drink a beer. Bye.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Sea Dog voice actor. Anonymous. Thank you. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Yeah. So Hassan's response is, Vid, do I ever know what that's like? So, in conclusion, Iron Mouse should not have to have this, like, you know, this great tragic backstory to be deserving of dignity and respect. She also should not have to be dealing with the harassment that she has dealt with because of her success. And I always think, like, the way that I think you get to showing people their own asses is you inquire, right? And you go, what is it? What is it that you have a problem? Like, why is it that you are so angry that Iron Mouse received as many subs as she did in the subathon? What is it that you feel threatened by that she had overtaken Kai, who now has once again resumed the #1 spot from this recent subathon? But why does this make you so mad? Why does it make you so mad that this female VTuber has achieved the success that she has? I work with kids. This is literally what I do for conflict resolution with them. Yeah, I did this when I worked with kids as well. When I was a substitute teacher, I'd be like, okay, so, I'm going to ask you these questions, and I think they're going to reveal you to you. I think you're going to, the best way for me to get you to understand something is for you to say it in your own words, right? Because that's what it is. And even if they won't admit it, it's there. It is right there. And maybe some people will have an epiphany and be like, yeah, I am being a real fucking butthead piece of shit. Yeah, mad to the point of it's an evil world we live in. Bozo, she raised money for charity many times. What? Right. Yeah. Oh, I'm sorry. Did I just... Wait. Are you... This person cannot be serious. Chatter. This is a joke, right? How about that she is taking advantage of children? If you don't think VTubers are taking advantage of children, you're ignorant. You surely. There's no way. Following, since you started following me 3 weeks or 1 month after I started streaming, there's this cannot be. Please. Please. Bait used to be believable. I really do hope it is bait. Yeah, Kai ain't getting mom's credit card subs either. Lamau. What? Anyway, okay. I had some stiff that I wanted to cover, more specifically about the sexual harassment that female streamers deal with, that I have been seeing. And I think I'm going to cover that tomorrow, because I've got a whole... Here's how I like to cover things, all right? So I have talked at length about how I don't like to engage in streamer drama. Now, I recognize not everything is streamer drama, okay? Streamer drama is kind of just the umbrella term that we use for all things that happen with streamers. But there are things that are... It's not appropriate to be referred to as drama, but it gets turned into drama because it's content, right? And because it ends up on Twitter and LSF, et cetera, et cetera. So the way that I like to approach things, when I'm seeing bad behavior that streamers are committing, and when I'm seeing things where I never want to, it just in my personal way of doing things, I don't like to draw people in who are here specifically to hear me just like talk about a streamer, right? And the other thing too is that a lot of streamers, they do this stuff on purpose because it is content, it is views. Views equals money. And so I don't want to like feed into it, because I know oftentimes that this is what they want, that this is what the goal is to have attention and to then have this like back and forth, tit for tat. Oh, here's what this person said, and then this person said this about this person. And oftentimes at the core are very, very serious issues. They're very serious issues that get turned into streamer drama, that get turned into content. And I just think often it crosses a line that's like very gross. So instead, I like to look at it and go, okay, what do I want? Because it's not always, it's like never a, this is about one person. This is about like ingrained, this is about systemic problems. So with the Asmongold situation, you know, I was like, I'm not going to sit here and just go turn this into here's everything that I have to say about Asmongold. Instead, I was like, I want to talk about pinkwashing. I want to explain for people who I hope will see this and get the bigger picture on things. And like the issue is not this one person. The issue is this belief, right? The issue is this thing that a lot of people believe, and a lot of people behave this way because of those beliefs. So anyway, sorry I'm like talking about all this right now, but I had just like a whole thing that I wanted to do on that, but I think I'm going to do that tomorrow. But yeah, I mean, it is one of those things where I often feel like, how should I approach things in the way that I think is best, and the way that I prefer to approach things, where I want to call out this bad behavior, but not turn it into like an individual beef. Like, not turn it into drama content, and instead talk about like the bigger picture problems. Address the issue at large without feeding the drama frogs. Right. And yeah. 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 There's a lot of things. There's a lot of things that I feel like I have to I want to get people to understand, because ultimately I want our culture to change for the better. I do not want gendered violence to be a systemic issue. I do not want I do not want racial discrimination to be baked into our every facet of our society. Like, I genuinely want I want progress. I want progress. It's a very fine line to walk, I know. And again, I know that if I were to say, oh, this is what I'm doing on stream, then I would have a bunch of people in here who are here for no reason other than to be drama frogs. And these are, again, these are like issues that are not pertaining to one individual content creator. It is a problem with our fucking society in general. Yeah, if that makes sense. We live in a society. We do. Have you watched Cutie's gynecologist story? I have not, but I've probably heard it. But I've probably heard it because I've heard all the gynecologist stories. Like people singing in theaters. Exactly. This is a systemic problem, and that is, I've been fighting it. It's not about one individual. It is about society at large thinking they can do whatever the hell they want to do as individuals, because we are all how do you hear stuff about Cutie if it's not content? I know, shocking, right? Shocking. Mike said it best after you got banned: when you're a leftist, you have to be perfect. Yeah, I mean, there's that. There's that, but there's also I feel like my message, or the message that I want to disseminate, the lessons, the education that I wish to impart on people, with the hope that it leads to, that it leads to a cultural shift when enough people are like, okay, yeah, no, I don't want, we're not going to do this anymore. I just think that gets lost because drama is what dominates. Because drama always takes precedent, you know? Anyway, all right, we're gonna watch some Survivor in a little bit, and probably now. Because we're reaching that time of the night. I know myself so well. I'm 4.5 hours in, and I'm getting to a point where I'm like, I'm done. I've had enough. So there's always more things for me to talk about. There's always important things to talk about. And I go, nope. Nope. Yeah. No, this is my, this chat is a toxic mob. Yep. You guys, the people in here are the toxic ones. Yep. Yepers. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Ah, Jesus. You know what? I really think I tap out at, like, it depends how much I shoot the shit in the beginning of the stream. But I really think 3 hours of using my brain and having, like having real ass conversations and stuff, I think that's the max. And that doesn't include my starting soon screen or talking with you guys about, oh, here's updates and stuff. But I think outside of that, I'll say 3 to 4 hours. 3 to 4. Somewhere in there. I think it's the sweet spot. I think that's what helps me keep my patience. And I think that's what keeps me from going nuts. If I were doing double this, I would probably be getting a lot crazier. Does content heaviness or lightness have an impact? Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. yes, there have been many, many times when I have anxiety about covering a topic, especially during the really dark days covering Israel and Palestine, the real bad days, that it would be, I would be like, I don't even want to stream. And that got to a point where it was happening so often, and that's why I had those conversations with y'all where I'm like, yeah, I don't think this is sustainable for me. I do not think that I can be having this feeling every night of being having anxiety to go live because of all these topics that I feel I need to cover, and they are so heavy. They are so heavy, and there's no way for me to like make this entertaining or feel happy at all covering this stuff. And then it feels really jarring being like, okay, we're gonna go do something silly now. Like, I just showed you all this horrible stuff, and now let's go be silly. It was just fucking with me. Yeah, I think sweet spot for me is covering topics where we can have real ass conversations, but are not just me going, we're watching this to be aware citizens and this thing is really bad. I think what happened with my content is it got to a point where I was just showing you guys what you already know. And it didn't really feel like we were necessarily having conversations anymore. And that I was that there was any purpose to what I was showing you other than I feel like we have to. It is our duty. It is our duty to look at this. It is our duty to be informed and not have a break from this. Got the same feeling seeing videos of the war and then having to turn my brain off because I got paid to draw happy-go-lucky art. Yeah. But I also love covering funny things. All the wicked stuff. I mean, minus the eating disorder conversation, but that kind of stuff, like real goofy shit, I do embrace, and I realize I did that early on in my streaming career, and then I stopped doing that. I stopped feeling like it was okay to have fun and talk about things that are just so unbelievably silly. All right, does anybody know what episode we are on? By the way, let me know. It's so good. Thank you. I'm really proud of it. We're working really hard because we want it to be good. And we're both really excited to have something that is not just our nightly Twitch streams. Sam is such a fucking good editor, but it's been a lot of work for her to do. So she's going to be offloading that soon. Her whole thing was, she's like, I want this to be exactly how we want it to be. She was very adamant. She goes, when I have a project, I really, I'm very particular and I want it to succeed. And I was like, yeah, I understand. Okay, are we on episode 13? It's been a while. I think we are. I think. Yep. AK. IK got eliminated. I forgot about that. IK. Okay. All right, everybody. Corin B, thank you for the 4 months. All right. It is fun react time. So no more bringing up anything from an old conversation. If someone who's been timed out comes back and they're like, bah, 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 I still have more stuff to say. I am going to time you out for a week. You're going on vacay for a week. And that's because it's time for motherfucking Survivor. It's time for Australian Survivor, mates. Frog, I'm so sorry about your grandma. And I'm glad that we can be here to get you through what is difficult. So, sending good thoughts. Happened to me before, and I remember the last time it happened, I was like, oh, I can't do that again. Because that could be misheard. Yep. If I were AK watching this season, I would be losing my mind at Tara. I would be actually losing it. I mean, just in general, if I were on Survivor and someone hated me so much and then I had to watch them gloat after I got voted off, I would go. I mean, I know that the episodes come out after the season's wrap, but I would fly to that island if that weren't the case. If they were still filming the show, I would fly right back. I'd be like, hey, is kind of a dum-dum. He's very physically strong, but he doesn't seem to be he doesn't seem to play like the other. Ben just said, look, when I mean something but it's interpreted a different way, it's not because I'm trying to do that on purpose. It's just because I don't speak very. Jared made a good point. Would Ben really be that formidable of an enemy? Okay, if it's up to me, if I'm here, if I'm sitting there in the tribal council, I want Michelle gone. Because Ben, I'm sorry, Ben, but Ben is so easy to beat, right? Like, Michelle filibustered and did an entire Legally Blonde courtroom speech. And the problem is that people like Lockie are such fucking dum-dums. Lockie is a dum-dum. Lockie is a dum-dum. And he makes these decisions because he basically, you can get in Lockie's head. You can get in Lockie's head, and it's why I do not think Lockie is going to win. No, listen, Lockie got in his head that Ben would be a flip vote, and that's an immediate risk versus long-term risk of Michelle. No, I think he got butthurt that he's like, wait, Ben wanted me gone? Huh? I think challenge-wise, there were a couple challenges that Ben actually, he had some great moments. Michelle has sucked in every challenge, and it is her social game that has. Actually, you know what? Jared, he's my sleeper pick. Jared is my sleeper pick because Jared was right. He's like, dude, he's like, you just needed to stay cool, and she walked all over you. That's what happened. But poor Ben was like, oh, I get really flustered and hold on.
Enough people on this season. I don't have the life experience that people have, and I think that showed tonight. I don't deal well with confrontation.
Wait.
And that's.
I need to. Okay. What the fuck happened? What happened?
Sir.
What happened? This is what, okay. Dude. Lockie is the reason people flipped. I feel, because remember when he and Henry were doing like, how do you want to vote? And they were making it seem like they were going to vote the same way. And they were doing like, are you picking up what I'm putting down type of thing? But Lockie ended up voting for Michelle. Yeah, we need they got to do a system with hand signals because they do not have the wicked connection. They do not have the wicked connection. What? I'm maybe splitting votes in case Ben had an idol. There's no fucking way Ben had an idol. There's no way they thought Ben had an idol. So basically, Michelle made them all scramble. Okay, so Henry, Ziggy, and Annalise flipped and voted for Ben, but then Lockie stayed voting for Michelle. Bro, they did not hold space. You're right. They did not fucking hold space, and this is what happened. My best guess is they didn't actually change plans. This was always planned to be a split vote against Ben. They said earlier, you, Henry, and me, Jared, for Ben. Okay. Okay. I will say, Ben did give us like the realest comments at the end when he said, I'm not good at Survivor. And he goes, this is really surreal having Jonathan snuff out my torch. I mean, the thing with someone like Michelle, though, is now you're next up. If you can't figure out, if something drastic doesn't happen, you're going down. Ben came off volatile. He just, honestly, the way Ben came off is he was getting run over by Michelle. He could not respond. She's like, so you admit that you're lying, that you're just telling people what they want to hear. And he was like, well, yeah. Oh, Ben. Oh, Ben. Oh, and she's like, no further questions, Your Honor. No further questions. Oh, Benny boy. Well, you know, at least he can go back home with his mom and she can, I don't know, make him like a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Okay, so I don't think Lockie voted that way because it was a show of his brain power. Don't give him too much credit. I'm thinking about what to do next. I was thinking about doing a long stream tomorrow because I'm gonna bring my streaming stuff to. I hate that I started later today. I mean, it is what it is, but I'm like, oh my God, it's already 12:40 because I started at 7. How are you feeling? I'm pretty sleepy. I'm pretty tired because I was woken up by the fire alarm. The 3 hours of fire alarms this morning. So, I'm thinking of doing a nice long stream tomorrow because I can probably start earlier, which would be great. Yeah, starting at 7. Starting at 7 means. It's 1 o'clock before I know it. So I think this episode's going to be real juicy. This episode can be juicy. Okay. Well, I think I will save that for tomorrow. Tomorrow is Thanksgiving Eve, otherwise known as Blackout Wednesday, because a lot of people don't have work on Thanksgiving, and so they go and black out. They drink a lot. Forgot if I caught it or not. Did you set on a dress? No, not yet. The nightmare before Thanksgiving. Yep. Yeah, it's apparently the biggest drinking day of the year, I think. If not the biggest drinking day of the year, it's like up there. Thanksgiving is Thursday. No. Tomorrow, Wednesday. Blackout Wednesday. No, people get fucking nuts because the biggest drinking day of the year is like, they go with the specific goal of blacking out. It's called Blackout Wednesday. I don't know if it's the biggest drinking day because Thursday people don't have work. You just get to like be hungover and eat a bunch of food. And I'm bartending. Pray for me. I've worked on Thanksgiving before. It's usually not too bad. Well, actually, no, that's not true. That's not true because people, like, they do like to go out. They do. They eat and then they go out to the bars. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, I remember Will and I had just started dating or like seeing each other. Yeah. And he met me and my friends at the bar on Thanksgiving. And we watched football because I love football. That's my thing. All right, y'all. Who am I gonna send you to? Let's see who should I send you over to? Who should I send you over to? How about I'll send you to, I don't know, what do people feel like doing? Send us to Kai. Yeah, I'm sure he would notice that. I don't know. What do you guys want to watch? Like, do you want Jay Dilla's doing League of... Oh, you know what? I'm going to send you guys to Jay because I know I have some Will Neff heads in here and I think he's doing League with Will because that's what he says. He's playing League with Will, which is crazy because it's almost 4 o'clock. It is almost 4 o'clock there and he's playing League of Legends unless he's no longer playing, but anywho, okay. I will see you guys tomorrow. Thank you for hanging out with me. And if you're not going to be here, because I don't know, you're going on taking a little vacay for Thanksgiving or whatever, just a reminder, I will probably try to stream from San Francisco at least once, most likely a Thanksgiving cooking stream, and then maybe an exploring stream on Friday, and then Saturday I will be back in LA, but I have the Sad Boys live show. So I will not be able to be live on Saturday, which is why I really want to try to stream from San Francisco. Okay, well, that's all I got. Happy to be back. Good to see y'all. Take care. And I'll see you next